A blade that could cut through anything. Hands that bled and blistered until mastery was the only option left. Before the fantasy, before the game world, before any of it, there was just a chef and his knife, and an obsession so deep it rewrote the very definition of skill. This is where our story begins, not with a hero, with a craftsman. 20 years of mastery, and every single night a restaurant full of people who knew it. The omakase courses fly out of the kitchen, the tuna sets draw gasps from the tables, and the patrons whisper the same thing. The head chef here is something else entirely. But behind the gleaming knives and the applause, a young dark-haired man watches. And something is about to go very, very wrong. A strange dinging sound cuts through the clatter of the kitchen. The younger chef notices it first. Chef Kim's phone is buzzing, interrupting the rhythm of the blades and the sizzle of the pans. Chef Kim glances at the screen, puzzled. Didn't he delete that game? Before he can process it, a new problem surfaces. Someone is asking to see him. The mood shifts. The kitchen suddenly feels a lot smaller. Chef Kim tries to vanish, practically begging his staff to say he isn't there. But he is right there. And the men who have come looking for him aren't the type who take no for an answer. A confident man in a sharp suit, flanked by two stone-faced bodyguards and trailing cigar smoke, makes it painfully clear. Chef Kim has been stalling long enough. An answer is overdue. The briefcase snaps open. 300 million won stacked and gleaming under dim light. The stout man grins like he's already won, promising Chef Kim he won't be disappointed. It's a staggering sum up front with more to follow. But before a single word of acceptance can be spoken, something cuts through the tension. Sharp, sudden, violent. The word slash explodes across the scene like a warning shot. Chef Kim doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. He stands in his own kitchen, knife in hand, spine straight, and delivers the verdict like a sentence. Someone this filthy has no place in a kitchen built on hygiene. The burly man with the smug smile pushes back, trying to downplay it. But the chef's stare doesn't waver, and then someone in the room mutters something about the blade god. Little does anyone know how prophetic that offhand comment will become. The blade comes out, men recoil. The leather-jacketed man stumbles back with a shriek, all that swagger dissolving into wide-eyed fear. He laughs it off, promises he'll be back, then retreats with his boys into the night. Back in the kitchen, the younger chef stares in disbelief. Chef Kim is unfazed, but the mention of 300 million won lingers in the air like smoke. He turned it down. Why? Because this man doesn't work for gangs. Not then. Not ever. The tension bleeds into something quieter, a moment between two friends in the kitchen's afterglow. The chef's buddy, relaxed in his white uniform, tells him he should live a little. Chef Kim deflects, insisting the buzzing on his phone is just a game notification, a game he quit ages ago. His friend grins knowingly. The game's name, Blessing. And just like that, a word slips into the conversation that's going to mean everything soon. Later, in the dim quiet of his own space, Chef Kim mutters at his phone. Years of the same storyline, heroes, demon kings, endless attacks. He accidentally launches the app he thought he'd deleted and half rolls his eyes at the cheesy soundtrack that hasn't changed one bit. He smirks at the female characters. Just a stupid game. He's done with it. Except, he isn't. And the game isn't done with him. A blaring horn. Chef Kim jolts, staring at his phone in alarm. Something has crashed, gone wrong, triggered something he can't name. His eyes go wide. His assistant pokes his head in, relaying a message from the boss, but the chef is already gone. The phone sits abandoned on the counter. The assistant stares at the empty space, baffled. One moment a man, the next absolutely nothing. The kitchen carries on without its head chef. Someone jokes he went to take a bathroom break. The boss shrugs it off. But on the abandoned phone screen, something quiet and final glows. 100%. Task completed. The game has finished loading. And somewhere far away from that bustling restaurant kitchen, a legend with a knife is waking up in a body that isn't his. Blessing of Miracle, a pay-to-win mobile game with an auto-battle system and zero originality. Standard fare, nothing special. So why did he play it? The game interface shimmers with a fantasy castle backdrop, and two characters stand front and center. One calm and analytical behind blue-framed glasses, the other a blonde with a smirk and a raised finger, practically daring the viewer to ask. The answer is coming, and it's embarrassing. The female characters, that's why. The blonde young man admits it with animated frustration. He liked the girls in the game. But fate, cruel and comedic, did not reward him with a playable role. Not even an NPC. He became a background extra. Literally unnamed, literally po-cubble, literally invisible. It's the most humiliating origin story imaginable. And yet, this extra is about to become the most dangerous man in the world. A thud. A blue-haired woman appears out of nowhere near an electronics store, catching the attention of a dark-haired boy in a gray hoodie. She's composed, assured, despite clearly having just materialized from somewhere that isn't here. She reassures him it's not what it looks like. He asks if she's all right. She apologizes, then drops a sentence that reframes everything. Blessing of miracle, she says, is set in Korea. The world isn't fantasy, it's familiar, and that changes everything. A subway station, a ticket machine, the rhythmic pulse of a city that's almost normal, just slightly off, slightly altered. Geomma Kang, dark-haired and quietly observant, has spent a full year adapting to this world. He's lived like a regular teenager. He nearly forgot it was a game. Nearly. He rides the elevator to the 14th floor, presses the button, and says those two words, "I'm home." But home isn't what it used to be. Outside their apartment building, under a warm sunset sky, Geomma's father loses his mind with pride, and not for the first time. He waves the acceptance letter to Jokwin Academy like a flag, proclaiming his son the greatest thing the Kang family has ever produced. Geomma laughs, a little embarrassed, a little touched. Tomorrow he packs. Tomorrow everything changes. But tonight, for just a moment, this feels like the warmest thing in the world. The blonde man, our narrator stuck in the background, slumps in his chair, lamenting the death of his modest dream of a quiet, ordinary life. Meanwhile, Geomma sits at his desk surrounded by clutter and sighs at the ceiling. He asked not to go. Over and over he asked. But there was no getting out of it. His family is too excited. The academy is too real. And the life of a background extra is about to get extraordinarily complicated. Characters buzz with intrigue about what Geomma Kang has managed to pull off, unlocking his blessing before transferring into the body, then passing the entrance exam without breaking a sweat. Glowing figures fill the panels, illustrating what blessings look like when activated, radiant, armored, undeniable. But here's the catch. Not everyone has one. They're genetically inherited. They separate the noble from the common. And Geomma, the extra from nowhere, has one that no one has ever seen before. Jokwin Academy stands like a monument to inequality. A noble woman in black and a man in white survey the grand interior with quiet entitlement. The voiceover explains it plainly. Blessings divide the world. Those with them are noble. Those without, invisible. The academy was supposed to train heroes. Instead, it became an exclusive club for elite families. And Geomma, standing at its entrance wide-eyed and underdressed, has never felt more like an outsider in his life. Why do they need heroes? Simple. A demon king. Geomma stares at his laptop in a dim room, watching fantasy armies and monstrous creatures clash across the screen in a fiery tableau. He knows this world isn't real, he played the game. But mandatory hero training, he grumbles, feels uncomfortably close to being drafted into the military all over again. He's lived that life once. And here it is, recycled in high fantasy. Floating status windows glow in the digital air around Geomma as he examines what Geomma Kang's body came equipped with, the blessing of painlessness, 30 seconds of relief, 12-hour cooldown. He stares at it like it personally offended him, barely useful, almost insulting. But there's something else. A second blessing, half hidden in the menu, waiting to be examined. He shifts his focus toward it with a mix of dread and curiosity. The blessing of the blade god. The name alone hits like a thunderclap. Geomma stares at the description with growing disbelief. He never encountered this in the game. Its activation condition is almost laughably simple. Slash and it shall be cut. That's it. That's the whole thing. He squints. He leans closer. Something about the plainness of it feels deeply, deeply unsettling, like a door with no lock hiding something monstrous behind it. A sashimi knife. Even here, even now, the universe is handing him a fish knife and asking him to get to work. Geomma groans, incredulous. He collapses back in his chair and then catches himself. He doesn't actually have a weapon. Armaments are required at the academy, and the price gap between grades is astronomical. He's already straining under the weight of tuition. This is going to be a problem. Geomma sighs, resolute. Showing up unprepared on the first day is not an option, not after everything it took to get here. He'll go to the dollar store, practical, humble. Then his mind drifts to his old mentor, the uncompromising man who insisted on Japanese sashimi knives that cost more than most people's rent. He shakes his head, almost smiling. Strange, he thinks, what memories surface when the stakes get real. Admissions day. And already, someone is questioning Geomma's weapon before the morning has even started. A muscular, bald-headed man in a black and gold jacket looms over him with all the warmth of a prison gate, staring at the bag in Geomma's hand like it's an insult. The atmosphere crackles. Geomma's expression stays steady. The knife inside that bag may not look like much, but the man holding it is something else entirely. Armament inspection. The instructor at the podium runs through his annual speech about discipline and elite family pranksters, calm, controlled, until Geomma's weapon hits the table. Then a fist slams down with a deafening bang. The instructor demands to know if Geomma is treating this academy like a joke. And Geomma, in his formal black suit and tie, looks him dead in the eye and says, "This is my armament, not an apology, a statement." The instructor shouts. Geomma responds with a single word, "Sir." Then something shifts. The instructor clocks the color of Geomma's nameplate. Special entrant. Geomma explains quietly but without shame. His family's tuition was already a burden. Asking them for an expensive weapon on top of that would have made him a terrible son. The bald instructor goes still. His expression cracks. He's the one who misjudged, and he knows it. Geomma doesn't raise his voice. He simply speaks the truth he's lived by for decades. Only the weak blame their tools. A true master never blames their tools. The words land with the weight of someone who has bled for that philosophy, someone who built blistered hands into an art form. The instructor watching him shakes slightly. Because those words don't belong in the mouth of a teenager. They belong to someone who's already reached the pinnacle. The broad-shouldered inspector barely holds it together, voice cracking as he acknowledges Geomma Kang's armament with a tearful thank you. But the rest of the room isn't moved, they're whispering. A special entrant. How did someone that low get in here? A blond boy sneers. Others murmur. The muscular authority figure barks for silence. Geomma stands at the center of it all, jaw set, unflinching, a man pretending to be a boy in a room full of wolves. He collapses onto a bench outside, exhaling like a man who just survived a battlefield. The armament inspection, he admits, felt like boot camp, but he passed it. The placement exam is all that's left. He stares up at the Grand Academy building, the dome, the cross, the impossible architecture of a place he never imagined belonging to. And for a moment, behind all the exhaustion and irony, something quiet flickers in his expression. Awe. Jokwin Academy sprawls around him like a small city in sunlight, lush trees, impressive buildings, the hum of something vast and ancient. Geomma sits on a bench in his dark blazer and soaks it in, half marveling, half bracing. He reflects on how far this is from where he started, dropping out of high school because his family couldn't afford it. And then the beep sounds, new students to the training grounds by 1 p.m. The exam is beginning. Already, the exam is happening now. Geomma reaches into his bag and pulls out his new knife, the dollar store blade, humble and unassuming. He decides he should test it out beforehand. It occurs to him almost as an afterthought that he hasn't held a knife since arriving in this world. He never needed to. But his old mentor's voice echoes in his mind. Never let go of your knife, not even for a nap. Maybe it was always going to come back to this. The knife is better than expected. Geomma grips it, angles it toward a single leaf, and swings. The blade sings a crisp, ringing cut, and then the air changes. A flash of energy ignites around the blade. A notification appears, armament condition met. Blessing of the blade god activated. The moment hangs suspended, electric and enormous. He only wanted to test the knife. Instead, he just pulled the pin on something that cannot be put back. Lightning splits the air. Notifications flood his vision. His body's grade is too low. His armament's grade is too low. Limitations are being applied. Geomma barely processes it. All he did was unsheath the knife. Just unsheath it. And the blessing activated on its own like it had been coiled there for years, waiting. His expression shifts from shock to something quieter and more dangerous. The look of a man realizing something enormous has just found him. Synchronization commencing. The words appear across an ethereal red and blue void as a divine voice offers a blessing. Geomma's eyes go wide, wider than wide, filled with something between terror and reverence. Lightning fractures the space around him in jagged arcs. The world isn't breaking. It's being rewritten. And somewhere in that shattering moment, a chef who once sliced sashimi on a Friday night is being synchronized with something ancient and absolute. Geomma grips the sword in a world gone dark red, lightning coiling around his fist. His body tenses, resolute even in the chaos. Then the screams come not from an enemy but from him. Jagged sound effects tear through the panels, AGH, pain despite the blessing of painlessness. Real pain or something so close to it the distinction doesn't matter. He grits through it, barely staying upright, something raw and desperate building in his chest. A voice screams die, and it means it. A blinding white flash detonates across the scene. Then slashing visuals erupt, a swooshing sound ripping through the chaos as Geomma makes his move. Whether he's attacking or defending, surviving or breaking, the panels refuse to slow down. This is the edge of the moment, the point of no return, and everything from 20 years of knife mastery is converging on this single, searing instant. Darkness, crystalline red light. Sharp geometric structures tower around him like the inside of a broken world. Geomma stands in a dark suit, glasses catching the eerie glow, eyes wide and disoriented. He stops himself. He grips his weapon tighter as a metallic clang reverberates through the void. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what this place is. But his hand knows what to do with a blade. It always has. Whoosh! Geomma erupts back into the real world like a man surfacing from underwater, gasping, disoriented, clutching his forehead. It hurts. He's back. The moment he let go of the knife, everything snapped back to normal. He stares at his hands, trying to process it. He activated the blessing of the blade god, and the entire world fractured apart around him. For a rare-tier divine power, he thinks in bewildered silence, that was terrifying. He stands in the training area, hand trembling as he stares at it. If that's what activating the blessing feels like every time, it's useless. Worse than useless. He spots the katana on the ground and tells himself to pick it up, can't leave a blade lying around. The announcement rings out. New students to the training grounds. He tells himself he'll be fine. His hand is still shaking. He is not fine. He's crouched on the ground, white-knuckling the knife, body trembling, and then a scream tears through the air, followed by an explosion that sends the training grounds into chaos. When the dust clears, it's not a battle. It's a coliseum. Thousands of spectators fill the seats, cheering, as parents in suits mutter about how much the admission cost them. Geomma, knife in hand and adrenaline still screaming through his veins, stares at the scale of what he's just walked into. The hall hums with recognition as a distinguished older figure sweeps into the room, and every head turns. The Blade Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung, descendant of the prized disciple of the founding hero himself. He sits with a sword across his lap like it belongs there because it does. A young man with green hair gapes. An older man in a formal suit gestures reverently. Someone remembers to stop gawking and suggests they return to their seats. No one moves immediately. Half a century. That's how long it's been since Siegfried and the turquoise-haired woman in the glamorous blue gown last stood in the same room. She greets him warmly. He responds by criticizing her outfit as inappropriate for an academy director. She fires back that his 70 years haven't been spent wisely. There's history here, layered, complicated, crackling with old affection and older rivalry. This is not a simple reunion. This is two legends resuming a conversation that never really ended. The turquoise-haired woman, Medea, director of Jokwin Academy, offers to make Siegfried 10 years younger with her blessing, pure mischief in her eyes. He fires back that she's pushing 70 and still hasn't developed character. She calls him a stuck-up geezer. He growls back. It's like watching two forces of nature argue about who's aged better, both of them radiating the kind of power that makes the spectators around them very, very careful about where they stand. Siegfried leans toward the turquoise-haired Medea with a quiet remark about her granddaughter, and the warmth underneath his gruffness surfaces for just a moment. Meanwhile, in the crowd below, Geomma stands in his formal black suit, acutely aware of the sea of color around him. Pink hair, blue hair, blonde, aqua, he alone has plain black, a special entrance surrounded by the descendants of legends, feeling every inch the outsider. Something is beginning, he's not ready. He goes anyway. The whispers start immediately. How did something that lowly get in here? Someone makes a sound of disgust. A boy in a suit asks what's going on, genuinely confused by the commotion. Then the energy shifts entirely. A trio of students goes wide-eyed, mouths half open, breath catching. Something is coming. Someone. And the crowd that was sneering at Geomma a moment ago has completely forgotten he exists. Clack, clack, clack. The sound precedes her like a herald. Abel von Nibelung walks in long aqua hair, golden eyes cutting through the room like blades, a black blazer worn with the ease of someone who has never questioned their place in the world. She is the main heroine of Blessing of Miracle. She is the reason Geomma spent money on a free-to-play mobile game. And she is standing 20 feet away from him in a school that already wants him gone. A voice explains what subspace is, a distinct plane created by the founding hero Valor Jokwin alongside the academy itself. Inside it, wounds feel real, pain feels real, but the body walks out unharmed. That is the battlefield where the class placement exam will be decided. A white-haired man discusses the mechanics with calm authority. A green-haired woman listens with measured unease. And somewhere in the crowd, Geomma is processing the fact that he is about to fight inside a divine simulation with a dollar store knife. 10 students per group, ranked by survival duration. Medea, the turquoise-haired academy director, lays it out with the confidence of someone who fought hard to get this format approved, and she did, because it allows unrestricted armaments. Siegfried eyes her with suspicion. Someone in the crowd blushes faintly at the sight of her. Others murmur about favoritism toward the nobility. Beneath the formal language and the gilded hall, the tension is unmistakable. This survival game is designed to let the strong crush the weak, and Geomma is already at the bottom of that hierarchy. Abel von Nibelung, aqua-haired, golden-eyed, wrapped in black and gold like she was born for it. The game's narrative declares her the destined lover of the protagonist, and the actual protagonist of this story isn't the player, it's someone else. Geomma watches from across the hall, quiet, invisible, clutching his career guide about peace and order and safety. She is out of his league, he tells himself. He's a special entrant, she's a Nibelung. And yet, the blessing of the blade god chose him. Not the protagonist, him. What happens next? Geomma flips through his thick study guide with one goal in mind: survive, study, and never pick up a weapon again. He's done with heroes, done with glory. His body is already screaming from holding a sashimi knife. Then the buzz of an announcement cuts through the room, and a holographic diamond shimmers into existence above them. The Battle Royale exam has begun. The silver-haired elder and the aqua-haired Medea lay down the law with cold precision. 10 students per group. The highest scorer earns the star. The next 2 become dragons, and the bottom 3 merely ordinary. In the crowd, Geomma recognizes the format immediately. It's exactly like the game. And the subspace generator hums to life, pulling everyone toward a reckoning that cannot be escaped. The blessing of heroes is invoked and the exam erupts. Geomma vows not to draw his knife unless absolutely necessary, a promise that already feels fragile. Then the screens flash. Group 24, examination complete. Students are sprawled across the subspace floor, gasping. At the top of the rankings, Rachel. The arena's first message is clear: the strong devour the weak without hesitation. High above the arena floor, Abel von Nibelung watches the results with quiet admiration. 7 minutes and 14 seconds, the fastest finish yet, and done with nothing but a C-rank armament. The elder beside her marvels at the lineage on display. The granddaughter of Siegfried, the kin of the spear saint, the blood of the broken bow. The outcome, he says, was never really in doubt. Abel stays silent, but something flickers behind those golden eyes. The white-haired man takes his leave before the final group enters the subspace, his green-haired companion throwing one last biting remark over her shoulder at the noble crowd. There's mockery in her farewell. See you in the afterlife, old man. Then the VWIIP of the subspace generator cuts through everything. And for the last group of students standing in that grand hall, there is no more waiting. The silver-haired elder freezes. His face goes rigid. Something reached him, a sensation, and it didn't come from inside the auditorium. Impossible, he mutters. Medea, beside him in her sleeveless dress, searches his face for answers. The crowd murmurs, and then the slashing sound effects tear across the arena, slash after slash. Something violent and unseen has already been set in motion. Medea gasps. Crimson streaks of energy tear through the air around her. A massive star-shaped object detonates with a bone-rattling shatter, sending shards of light raining down across the arena. The men in formal suits crane their necks upward, faces blank with disbelief. And then something enormous crashes into the ground. The impact sends shockwaves rolling through the crowd. Nobody moves. Nobody breathes. Abel leans over the railing, his white hair catching the light, his yellow eyes wide with alarm. Students don't normally fall out of subspace like that. A blinding flash erupts below him, then a beam of pure energy rockets skyward, painting the arena in stark white light. And then, THINACK, something has landed, hard. Abel stares down at the arena floor, and whatever composure he had slips. Medics, now. The white-haired man and the green-haired woman are already moving, barking orders at the medical staff to check vitals on the students who have collapsed. But fury cuts through the urgency. Someone is screaming that the outcome was decided from the start. A dark-haired student, face twisted with rage, shouts at the authority figures bearing down on him. The word bastard echoes through the hall like a verdict. Inside the subspace, Geomma lands hard. The battlefield is strewn with debris and broken weapons, and he barely has time to catch his breath before he sees who he's been grouped with. As luck would have it, he's ended up in the group of nightmares. Hailing from the Iron King family, Geomma stands among them, slick-haired and authoritative, surrounded by figures built for destruction. This isn't an exam. This is a death sentence. 2 students in brown and black suits have been toying with their victims for 30 minutes. 2 weak, one sneers. The chubby boy in the red-striped shirt writhes in pain while the bullies circle, bored. Geomma watches from the shadows, jaw tight. They aren't even fighting, they're hunting. And the longer this drags on, the more dangerous it gets. But stepping in means revealing himself. And revealing himself means becoming the next target. Jun, red jacket blazing, already has his weapon trained on one of the bullies. He's already cut through 4 opponents on his own, a feat that leaves even his allies stunned. A wham of explosive force punctuates another takedown, but even Jun's jaw drops when the casual voice from off-screen confirms the kill count. 4 by himself. In this nightmare group, the real monsters might not be the ones Geomma feared. The girl with the reddish-brown hair stands alone in the corner, arms crossed, trying to look defiant. But her eyes betray her, she's rattled, and the boy in the black suit watching her can see it. The boy in the brown suit sees it too, and he likes it. He steps forward with a sinister grin, his footsteps echoing tread by tread across the cracked concrete. Whatever he's planning, it isn't combat. The muscular man in the blood-stained white tank top licks his lips. His grin is slow, deliberate, cruel. Where should he start tearing her apart? But before he can act, a blue-uniformed student with short gray hair cuts in, throwing himself between them. This may be a subspace, he shouts, but there are still lines that cannot be crossed. The shadowy figure behind him agrees, but the muscular man doesn't look like someone who respects lines. Shlin explodes at his companions. What the hell is wrong with them? But the damage is done. Jin has already clocked the newcomer who stepped in uninvited, a lowborn, a special entrant. The boy in the brown jacket smiles and swings, and the sound of flesh tearing follows. Splurt, blood hits the floor. The newcomer is now marked, and now he's on his own. Geomma's mind races, the blessing of painlessness should he use it. His eyes dart to the suffering students nearby. These two have been at this for 30 minutes. 30 seconds of painlessness won't change their fate. Then his gaze drops to his hand, his sashimi knife. The one thing he swore he wouldn't draw. And somewhere deep in the back of his mind, a chef's muscle memory begins to stir. The decision crystallizes: peace, order, safety. His motto shattered in less than a day. But the ominous red backdrop behind the dark-suited figure tells a different story. Once he grips that knife, he'll activate his blessing. The two hulking adversaries in their red blazers exchange confused glances as something shifts in the air around them. A FSSSH of pressure builds. Something is coming and they don't even know where to look. The man in the white suit erupts with laughter, manic, taunting, sword gleaming under the shing of its draw. He finds this hilarious. A lowborn with a kitchen knife, actually daring to stand against him. The blood-stained figure on the ground sneers through the pain. "You made me laugh," he spits, "so I'll make it quick." He's going for the head, first, and he means every word of it. 30 seconds. That's all Geomma needs to hold on for. The blessing of painlessness floods his body, stripping away every ache, every tremor, every shred of hesitation. And then light erupts from his grip. The blessing of the blade god activates, wrapping the sashimi knife in something ancient and absolute. On a desolate, smoke-choked battlefield, a chef from Korea raises a kitchen knife against a monster, and believes, truly believes, he can win. Moron, the shout rings out, but Geomma's already past the point of no return. If he doesn't cut, he's finished. The towering mass of muscle in front of him is not a fish, not a tuna, not a piece of fatty atoro laid across a cutting board. It's a person. And for the first time since arriving in this world, Geomma Kang must reconcile everything he knows with everything this moment demands of him. In the eye of the storm, a memory surfaces. Gangsters in movies always used sashimi knives. A round-faced chef in a white hat once laughed at the question. His dark-featured sparring partner did not. Even God couldn't pull that off, the man had snarled. But the blade god's voice cuts through all of it now, clean as a stroke through bluefin. Slash. And it shall be cut. The bright flash that follows is not a movie. The man in the brown suit lunges. "You're dead, loser." His rage is complete, his strike descending with everything he has. The man in the blue suit braces. The dark arena crackles with flashes of aggressive light. This is not a duel between equals. This is fury versus precision. And in this world, fury has always assumed it wins. It has not yet learned what a sashimi blade in the right hands can do. "May the blessing of God be with you." The words echo in the dust and debris like a prayer or a eulogy. The hero in red, glowing blue eyes blazing with resolve, invokes the divine one final time as the chaos reaches its peak. And then, crash. A thunderclap of force detonates across the desolate landscape, shaking the smoke and the rubble and everyone still standing within it. The moment of reckoning has arrived. The Mao brothers strike back. The title card burns with dark promise. Jun, broad-shouldered in his white kimono, stares wide-eyed at the question his younger self once dared to ask. Why do gangsters use sashimi knives? His first teacher, a former gang member, had an answer. And somewhere between that kitchen, that cutting board, and the lifeless eye of the fish being sliced, the answer becomes something far more dangerous than a lesson. Boggs, round-faced and passionate beneath his white chef's hat, makes his case with a sashimi knife in one hand and a cutting board's worth of conviction behind his eyes. A broad kitchen knife sticks when you stab, the skin contracts around it, but a sashimi blade, narrow, precise, in and out again and again. His skeptical opponent scoffs. Boggs insists that not even the blade god could manage what he's describing. Then, wham, the debate ends. The character in dark red armor unleashes a violent upward strike, sending a searing flash cutting through the battlefield air. The young man with light brown hair launches himself backward with desperate agility, coat trailing as he narrowly avoids the blow. Below him, a silver-haired boy stares upward in pure shock. The girl with red hair locks in, her expression razor-focused. The arena sparks and trembles, and nobody here is walking away unscathed. "Aah!" The scream tears through the dark arena. The man in the flowing dark outfit clutches his arm, blood dripping from a wound that should not have been possible. "Ithurts!" He shrieks, bent double. Behind him, the figure in the formal suit and white shirt stands perfectly still, blood splattered across his collar, expression utterly unmoved. Splurt. The sound effect says everything words cannot. "Stay back," the wounded man begs. But backing away isn't part of tonight's lesson. He's screaming for his life now. Stay back, then help, then someone help, then the final fracturing cry, "Jaejun, help me." The boy in the dark jacket and golden belt has collapsed against the wall, hair matted, face a portrait of terror. In the distance, the calm figure in the blue outfit watches with measured concern. "He cut my..." The wounded boy can't even finish the sentence. Whatever Geomma just did, it was real. "Help!" The scream bounces off the blood-soaked floor. The serious figure in dark clothing moves slit. The word appears like a death sentence in print. "I'm gonna die," the terrified boy bolts, white shirt billowing, pure animal panic driving his legs. The blue-suited figure readies himself. And then the ominous figure in traditional attire materializes, surrounded by the blood on the floor, and freezes with a stunned triple exclamation that says everything. Splat! The blood hits the ground before anyone can process what just happened. The boy with shaggy light brown hair stands trembling, wide eyes staring at the stains spreading across his own clothes. The dark-haired man shatters the silence with a name, Shun. His voice cracks under the weight of it, and the armored figure at the center of everything just stands there, blood-soaked, still, breathing, staring at what he's done. The girl with the pink bob cut tries to hold herself together. "Calm down," she urges, but her voice shakes. Shun taken down by a measly knife. That shouldn't be possible. The blue-haired boy beside her sweats through his focus, reassessing the threat in front of him. The muscular figure grips the knife awkwardly, breathing heavy, visibly rattled. Was it luck? Maybe. But one thing is certain, the knife is the real threat in this room, not the hand holding it. The blue-uniformed fighter with the spiked dark hair decides. No more holding back. Both hands grip the oversized red weapon as glowing inscriptions flare to life around him. He's going to activate all three of his blessings: enhanced defense, enhanced power, enhanced jump. Whatever fear he carried into this fight, it has transformed into something fierce and focused. The armaments reveal their full potential when wielded together, and this battlefield is about to feel the difference. The villain bears his jagged grin and makes his case with cold arrogance. A lowborn like Geomma could never dream of his kind of power. His metallic arm gleams, his defense impenetrable, and not even an S-rank armament could pierce it. Geomma counts under his breath. 23, 22. Time is bleeding out, and somewhere off in the shadows, a voice shouts at him to stop standing still. The countdown doesn't care about speeches. Blue energy churns violently around Geomma as he stands frozen, sword in hand, facing the inevitable. The adversary in the red glove looms saying your final prayers. And Geomma's answer comes back quiet and absolute. "I'll crush your skull, right where you stand." The turbulence around him intensifies, the chaotic atmosphere pressing in from every direction. He should be terrified. He sounds like someone who's already made peace with what comes next. 7, 6, 5. The countdown is relentless, mechanical, indifferent to the blood-soaked chaos surrounding it. The dark-haired figure with the piercing gaze tracks each second with brutal focus. On the ground nearby, an opponent lies motionless, outfit shredded, body still, weapons glinting uselessly beside him. What? Someone asks, barely a whisper, and the answer hangs in the air just out of reach as the numbers keep falling. 3. The bloodied fighter coughs, barely standing, face carved with exhaustion and pain. 2. The blue-uniformed figure holds his weapon steady, eyes locked forward. 1. A trembling, blood-streaked hand. 0. The blessing of painlessness deactivates, and every wound, every fracture, every suppressed scream floods back into Geomma's body all at once. The protection is gone. What remains is the result, and the arena waits, breathless, to see if it was enough. A scream rips through the dark, red and raw. The boy in the blue jacket stands his ground, weapon raised, everything in his posture screaming that he will not yield. One word crosses his lips, barely audible: phantom. Then the title card blazes across the scene, the Academy's Sashimi sword master, and the close-up lands on a single eye, locked in tension and resolve. This chapter has a name now, and so does the boy who survived it. Geomma wakes up somewhere white and clean and mercifully quiet. A hospital. He mutters it like a question. The sheets bunch in his fists as he forces himself upright, face twisted in pain. The bald, bespectacled attendant across the room snaps to attention. The student is awake. And the sounds of rustle, rattle, tread fill the sterile air as urgency floods back into a space that had, for a moment, felt like peace. The young man in the dark blazer faces the room's authority figures with quiet seriousness. The white-haired elder in the formal suit and cravat speaks with the gravity of someone recounting history, not introduction. The 7 stars. The heroes who defeated the 6th Legion commander of the Demon King's army 50 years ago. And the strongest among them, Siegfried. The green-haired figure with glasses listens carefully. Geomma processes the names like a player, reading a lore document he never expected to be part of. Medea sweeps in with a cheerfulness that doesn't quite match the room's tension, asking Geomma how he's feeling with the energy of someone visiting a friend after a minor sprain. Geomma's first question isn't about his body, it's about whether they're still here. The formal white-haired man cuts through Medea's warmth and demands a name. Geomma Kang, sir. The elder's expression doesn't soften, and Geomma's sharp follow-up, what have you done, hangs in the air like smoke. Geomma sits on the edge of the hospital bed, dark hair disheveled, trying to piece together what happened. That sensation during the fight, it didn't feel like him, but it was undeniably him. The gloved hand in his memory, the weapon illuminated with blinding light, it all happened. And then the elderly man across the room raises his own weapon, red eyes gleaming, and the sound effect SHAA fills the space where an explanation should have been. Siegfried, the oldest, the strongest, the most decorated, acknowledges that the twins crossed the line inside the subspace. He also acknowledges that he went overboard himself and accepts any punishment without complaint. Medea leans in with that signature chaos energy of hers, teasing him to ease up. The boy is just a kid. Then she drops the detail that should soften Sieg's iron posture. Geomma unblocked his abilities while he lay unconscious. The legend was rescued by an extra. Medea cannot help herself. She recounts the story with theatrical delight, Geomma throwing himself into danger to protect a helpless girl, a prince straight out of a fairy tale. The young man in the dark blazer goes crimson with embarrassment. The white-haired elder in the refined suit watches with barely contained judgment. But even through the teasing, something shifts. The boy's body feels light, he notices. Damp and airy, like it's been soaked in water. Whatever Siegfried did to him, it left a mark. Medea reassures Geomma with a grin, no disciplinary action, no fallout. And yes, the VIPs who caused chaos have already been handled through the soft cushion of familial connections. Geomma listens with a subtle smirk creeping onto his face, the kind that says he expected exactly this. Then the supporting character in gray steps forward with news, important news. And Geomma's expression shifts because he is the top scorer, not just of his group, of the entire exam. Congratulations. The word detonates in the hospital room like a second explosion. Geomma's face goes from confused to absolutely horrified in under a second. What? The elderly man and the turquoise-haired woman exchange a loaded glance, and hanging above it all like a phantom announcement from another life: peace, order, safety. The motto of a man who just scored first place in the most violent exam the Academy runs. The irony is not lost on anyone in the room. The Grand Academy building looms in the establishing shot: dark rooftops, elaborate stonework, the weight of nearly 2 decades of history pressing down on its walls. Inside the director's office, Medea sits surrounded by paperwork, sighing with the exhaustion of someone who has been fighting bureaucratic battles for far too long. And across from her, an elegantly dressed brunette woman in a plush chair dismisses whatever is being offered with a quiet, cutting, "No, thank you." The politics of this place run deeper than any subspace. Geomma. Medea can barely get the name out. Do you understand what joining the star class actually means? The young man in the dark blazer holds steady, jaw set, while the silver-haired elder observes with barely veiled suspicion. The cosmic weight of the conversation presses down. Appointments to the star class are determined by the ambassador's will alone, not by the complaints of elders. Whatever Geomma thought his future looked like, it no longer exists. Geomma sits in the warmly lit room full of bookshelves and says nothing, his expression doing all the work for him. Siegfried's frustration cracks through his composure. Is Medea really this bitter that Geomma scored higher than his granddaughter? She tells him to watch the video. She saw it too. He calls her a fool. The word lands like a thrown gauntlet in the cozy academic setting. And Geomma, seated between two titans, quietly watches the fuse burn. Siegfried's golden eyes narrow as he reflects on the boy. If his physique were impressive, he says, he would have conceded without argument, but it wasn't. And yet bold text tears across the dark panel like scripture. I will cut the very essence of cutting. Something Siegfried has been chasing his entire life. Decades of mastery, battlefield soaked in legend. And a soft, untrained boy from nowhere just touched it. That is what the old warrior cannot reconcile. Energy erupts upward in vivid bursts, and a single eye snaps into frame, sharp, focused, unsettled. When Siegfried unblocked Geomma's acupoints, something felt wrong. The boy's body was soft, untrained, a vessel that had never been prepared for what it now carries. Blue lightning crackles at the edges of the image, and Siegfried's white hair frames an expression that is not admiration, it's unease. Because Geomma's body, he realizes, is doing something it was never meant to. Meanwhile, in that same refined room, the conversation takes a sharp turn into unexpected territory. Medea leans forward with a sly smirk, confessing she can barely believe she feels competitive over a boy. She describes Geomma's heroics with starry-eyed nostalgia, sighing that if she were 10 years younger, things might have been different. Siegfried, sitting across from her with his coffee, looks utterly unimpressed, and then asks a question that wipes the smile right off her face. The cup hits the saucer with a sharp clack. Geomma sits rigid, every muscle coiled, listening as the elder Siegfried trails off mid-sentence, his voice carrying weight that hasn't fully landed yet. Then it does. Crack. The ceramic splits clean through. Geomma gasps not from fear but from what he just overheard. Something about him. Something Siegfried couldn't bring himself to say out loud. A wooden sign reads Wolf Class. And standing beneath it, Geomma makes a decision that baffles everyone around him. He wants to be ordinary. He tells the administrator flat out he'd like to join the regular class. She practically chokes on her own protest. The top scorer cannot be ordinary. But Geomma fires back with the Academy's own founding principle, equality, and for a moment she has no answer. Geomma steps through the classroom door, and the room goes dead quiet. Every head turns. He freezes, name tag on his chest, dark hair slightly disheveled, eyes scanning the Baroque hall like a man walking into a trap he set for himself. A green-haired girl in the corner looks anxious, like she knows something the others don't. And somewhere in this silent room, Geomma's carefully crafted plan to be invisible is already starting to unravel. Two men in sharp suits share a laugh nearby, completely ignoring him. And Geomma, seated alone at a massive wooden desk in an otherwise empty auditorium, realizes with dry amusement that his plan is working a little too well. He muses that introverts are wired to avoid the spotlight. He's fine with being overlooked. He's almost settled into his solitude when a knock echoes through the hall and his expression snaps to attention. A red-haired girl approaches him at the long wooden desk, her voice barely above a whisper. She thanks him for what he did for helping her during the test. Geomma waves it off with casual ease, telling her anyone would have done the same. But she isn't satisfied with that. She shifts uncomfortably, admitting that what she did may have looked brave, but it wasn't. It was selfish. The weight of that confession hangs between them. Introductions are made. Geomma Kang meet Chloe. Chloe meet Geomma. They both smile with the pleasant surprise of strangers who just realized they ended up on the same path. But behind Geomma's easy grin, his mind is running calculations. He doesn't remember a Chloe from the game. She wasn't a named character. She was a background extra, just like him. And something about that realization makes him feel less alone. The moment is cut short. Instructor Wonbin Lee fills the doorway like a wall-shaved head, gold-trimmed uniform, a voice that doesn't ask, it commands. He tells them to sit. He congratulates them on surviving admissions. And then, with barely a breath between pleasantries and punishment, he informs the class that today's first activity is light physical training. Half an hour to change. The training grounds await. Nobody in the room looks particularly light about it. A student with round glasses raises a hand, a brave soul, asking what the training will actually involve. Wonbin barely blinks. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 laps around the grounds. The auditorium absorbs the information in horrified silence before someone mutters that the instructor is trying to make everyone go bald from stress. Geomma, meanwhile, wonders how the man already knows his name and decides he doesn't want to find out. Geomma's mind immediately starts scheming an exit strategy, that familiar smirk creeping across his face. He thinks about the academy director, that darn hag, and how she put him here. But before his escape plan can solidify, his body makes the decision for him. He's on the training grounds, boots dragging through dirt, lungs burning, heavy footsteps leaving imprints with every labored stride. The training he was trying to dodge has already begun. Out on the sun-baked training field, Chloe jogs up beside Geomma looking impossibly fresh, red bob bouncing, maroon uniform spotless. She asks if he's all right. He is very much not all right. He's gasping, sweating, moving at what can generously be called a jog. He forces a nervous laugh and insists he's fine. When Chloe asks how many laps he's done, his answer makes her raise an eyebrow and not in an impressed way. Chloe announces she's on her 9th lap. 9th. Geomma stares at her like she just said something in a language he doesn't speak. She flashes a bright, encouraging smile, "You've got this," and then launches herself forward with an explosive burst of speed that leaves him standing in literal dust. Geomma watches her go, huffs, blinks, and somewhere inside, beneath the shock and the sweat, something stirs, a quiet, dangerous resolve. The academy building glows amber in the last light of the setting sun, peaceful from the outside. Inside, it is anything but. Bottles rattle. Something hits the table, and then, with a sound like a gunshot, a hand slams a bottle down hard enough to shatter it. One moment, evening calm. The next, something violent and unresolved breaking through the surface of a room that was never quite as quiet as it looked. 1 week into academy life, and Geomma Kang has run headfirst into a wall he never saw coming. He is absolutely starving. He lies in bed, stomach growling like a beast. Then he's standing in the ornate academy dining hall, flanked by friends, and he can't take it anymore. He shouts it out loud, "I'm hungry," with the desperate conviction of a man who has not eaten properly in days. His companions echo the sentiment with equal passion. At the food counter, Geomma and his blonde companion discover the ugly truth: nothing here is free. Meal tickets are required. Geomma stares at the menu, declaring he'll be right back with a blazing determination usually reserved for life-or-death combat. The cafeteria hums with activity around them. rows of Korean fusion dishes taunting him from the board. The battlefield has changed, but the stakes, somehow, feel just as real. 50,001. For stir-fried pork. Geomma stares at the price like it personally offended him, lip trembling, water bottle barely keeping the hunger at bay. He's nearly out of money. He hunches over in his tank top, stomach announcing its displeasure to anyone within earshot. A flash of memory surfaces, someone handing him pocket money, and the reality of just how badly he miscalculated his finances hits him all at once. Flat on his bed, Geomma stares at the ceiling and laments every decision that brought him here. He's been surviving on the cheapest water from the campus mart. He catches himself genuinely missing the army's free meals, a thought that horrifies him slightly. He murmurs a half-joking wish for a blessing that could just make hunger disappear. And then, a holographic prompt blinks into existence above him. The system, it seems, was listening. Standing before the mirror in his black sleeveless shirt, Geomma barely recognizes the reflection looking back at him. His body has changed, shifted, sharpened, and he credits Siegfried's unlocking of his acupoints for the transformation. He tests his grip, flexes slowly, and acknowledges the current limitation. The blessing of the blade god is still tethered to a sashimi knife, but he can feel it. That boundary slowly giving way. He just needs time. In the kitchen, 2 knives rest on the wooden table, and Geomma finds himself feeling proud, then immediately questions why. He remembers admissions day, when just the thought of holding a knife had terrified him. Now he feels off without one in his hand. He wonders if this is the blessing rewiring him from the inside out. The thought is interrupted by a knock. He opens the door and finds a girl with bright orange hair standing in the hallway, apologizing softly for the intrusion. Chloe, standing at his door, red hair framing a carefully composed expression of concern. She hasn't seen him in the school canteen all week, she explains. Geomma scrambles internally, caught off guard in his casual clothes, while his blue-haired friend nearby seems entirely too amused by this. Then Chloe offers something unexpected. They could grab ingredients and cook dinner together. Geomma stammers. The sunset behind her is warm and golden. And somehow, the hunger doesn't feel quite as sharp anymore. Someone volunteers to handle the cooking, and it is not Chloe. Geomma strides down the corridor with the confidence of a man who once held a Michelin-starred kitchen together, declaring he's got this covered. Chloe rushes to keep up. Later, in the kitchen, the result speaks for itself. She's practically glowing over the food, declaring it amazing. Geomma watches her eat with quiet satisfaction. This is a man in his element. This is where he belongs. Chloe reveals she's only ever eaten boiled fish, never anything like what's in front of her. It's a simple admission that carries a lifetime of restriction inside it. She offers to check the fridge after Geomma admits he gave up on the basics, and announces that cooking fish is her specialty. Geomma's eyes light up not at her offer, but at the excuse to pick up a knife. He stands before the knife holder and something inside him settles, like a key finding its lock. Geomma asks if she has anything longer. Chloe looks at him sideways. She uses knives like these as her armament, she explains, so using them for cooking feels wrong. There's a strange irony in that. He considers the kitchen knife in hand, slightly uncertain, and then Chloe grabs the nearest blade and holds it up like a gladiator, eyes blazing. Geomma immediately decides the kitchen knife is absolutely fine. The kitchen knife will do perfectly. Please put that down. Geomma squares his shoulders, knife in hand, and makes a declaration. 30 seconds. That's all he needs. Behind him, Chloe watches with wide eyes as he murmurs to himself. They used to call him the best knife master in Korea. Whatever doubt existed in the room a moment ago evaporates. The blessing of the blade god pulses at the edge of his awareness. And then he moves. One swift, decisive motion that splits the air like a signature. 21 seconds. That's how long it takes Geomma to scale, debone, gut, and fillet a sea bream to absolute perfection. He leans back and calls it his finest work. Chloe stares at the pristine fillet like it might be a dream. She asks about his background. How does someone learn to do that? He mentions a Japanese restaurant, part-time work, casual as breathing. Then he admits he doesn't actually know what part-time means in this world. The moment deflates beautifully. Dishes washed, dinner done, the evening settles into something quietly comfortable. Chloe insists on cleaning up since Geomma cooked a fair trade, she says. He agrees with a grateful smile and turns to the window, watching the night outside. Content. Genuinely, unexpectedly content. And then a shattering sound, sharp and sudden, splitting the peaceful quiet of the evening like a crack through glass. Something has broken, or someone is about to. Chloe has never used knives for anything but combat. That much becomes immediately clear when something slips, something shatters, and she winces with a mortified apology. Geomma can't help but smile. He remembers being exactly like that at her age. But before the moment can fully soften, a heavy thud from somewhere nearby snaps his attention. His expression shifts, eyes wide. Something is wrong, and it isn't the broken dish. On the wooden floor, a diary. Geomma picks it up with careful hands, immediately noting the bubbly handwriting, the little stickers decorating every margin. He smiles softly, thinking she's just like any other girl her age. He starts to set it aside. Then the page turns on its own and the smile freezes. The same 3 words, written over and over in varying shades of ink, filling the entire page. His eyes go very, very wide. I love you, I love you, I love you. The words spiral across the page in crimson repetition, hearts floating around Geomma's stunned face as the weight of what he's reading sinks in. Then shatter. The sound rips through the kitchen like a verdict. Geomma surfaces from the emotional fog to find Chloe standing there, expression unreadable, eyes locked directly onto him. He asks very carefully if she saw. The air between them holds its breath. The mood shifts completely, and we're pulled into something darker. A boy with fierce red hair raises a sword with one screaming conviction: survive. The narration pulls back to reveal a world where demon-slaying heroes have built dynasties of power, and where that power, unchecked, curdles into something predatory. Families who earned society's admiration now wield it like a weapon against those beneath them. The stage is being set for something that goes far beyond academy drama. The Auditors, a family of assassins who operate in the shadows while calling themselves servants of order. Their children are broken and rebuilt before adolescence, emotions suppressed, training endured, identity replaced with function. We see a young girl with orange hair, blade in hand, her expression stripped clean of everything soft. A man sits nearby, vulnerable, unaware. Then a sound, splat. And the girl is not the same as she was a moment ago. She never will be again. At 15, Chloe Auditor de Cecilia was told what she was: an assassin, a weapon. She was told this so many times by so many voices that she eventually stopped hearing it as cruelty and started accepting it as fact. Standing in that dim training room, knife in hand, an elder watching with cold approval, she simply accepted it. That is perhaps the most devastating detail. Not that she was broken, but that she was too young to know she had been. Joaquin Academy blooms with cherry blossoms under a perfect blue sky. Students laugh and cluster in their expensive uniforms, building friendships and futures. And Chloe walks through all of it with her eyes forward and her feelings locked somewhere unreachable. Her family's directive is simple: do not stand out. She was assigned to a class based on her ability, per the family's arrangement with the academy. She watches the other students with quiet wonder and thinks there is nothing she can change. But that was before. In a dark subspace that hums with danger, a messy-haired boy shouts at a group of aggressors, demanding they back off. A tall figure in a black and gold jacket steps forward, protective, fierce. And Chloe stands between them, arms crossed, red eyes hollow. The narration reveals her truth. She feared death in this battle arena, yes, but she had lost faith in struggling. She was waiting quietly for what felt inevitable. That's what she had been taught. That's all she had ever known, until a boy picked up a knife not to threaten her but to protect her. The moment registers somewhere deep, behind all the conditioning and the silence. Her heartbeat changes. A BADUMP sounds where there was nothing before. Her wide, red eyes catch the glint of a blade swung in her name, and something frozen inside Chloe Auditor begins, impossibly, to thaw. A blade swung to protect another. The boy took up the knife for her, and it reminded Chloe of something she had read once in a life that felt very far away. A fairy tale. She is shown curled on a bed with a book open in her lap, eyes wide with the particular kind of wonder children carry before the world teaches them not to. An illustrated print shines from the page, and for a girl who has only ever known knives as instruments of death, this image is revolutionary. In the dark stone corridors of something that feels like a castle, Chloe stands still, cheeks flushed, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. The story she read, a prince rescuing a princess from imprisonment, is playing on repeat in her mind. She names the sensation carefully, turning it over like something she has never held before, soft, hazy, unfamiliar. And then, standing in the shadows of a world that made her into a weapon, Chloe thinks, this must be love. Back in the present, and the word DOOM fills the panel like a death knell, because Geomma is now very, very aware of what he just read. The diary, the repeated confessions, and Chloe is standing in the kitchen with gloved hands and a sword and eyes that are giving absolutely nothing away. Geomma laughs nervously, sweating through his jacket, mentally retracing every step that led him to this exact moment. He decides it was probably the diary. It was definitely the diary. Geomma attempts a graceful exit, thanks her for the meal, compliments the moon, announces he'll see her tomorrow, moving with the careful energy of a man defusing a bomb. Chloe responds softly, says something that catches his attention, and then reaches beneath her jacket. He goes still. She produces something. He stares at it. His face, which had been performing perfect nonchalance, does something completely different. A single word falls from his lips. That. He tries calling it a study guide. She does not accept this. And why diary, she says, and the air in the room changes weight entirely. Geomma insists he didn't see anything. Chloe asks very quietly if he's sure. He insists again. Clack. SHING. The sounds tear through the room before either of them can take another breath. And whatever slim hope Geomma had of talking his way out of this situation, it just left the building. Geomma's eyes dart to the window, 4th floor. He does the math fast. Every bone in his body snapped if he jumps. He looks at the door, one exit blocked by a girl in a dark uniform who is holding a sword like it's an extension of her arm. The room has become a cage. His internal monologue is not dramatic. It is blunt, sweating, absolutely correct. He is totally screwed. Outside, the night offers no comfort. The whoosh of a blade fills the silence. Screech, something moves in the dark. Geomma looks down the hallway and sees her approaching, measured, deliberate, sword drawn. She's coming towards him. He stares harder, trying to read her expression, and that's when he notices her eyes. Lifeless, clouded over in murky red. She isn't fully here. Something has taken the wheel, and whatever Chloe auditor is right now, it is not the girl who washed dishes and called the fish good. The word appears in his mind in bold, blood-red letters, YANDRE. Geomma stares into the dark corner of the room, alone in a spotlight of his own making, and accepts what he is dealing with. He wonders if this is connected to unresolved trauma, conditioning from a childhood of suppression and violence. He thinks about the diary. He thinks about what's in his hands versus what's in hers. He reflects, with the quiet despair of a man who should have knocked before entering, on his luck at this academy. 9 seconds. Geomma's sashimi knife is back in his room, and reaching for it means losing a limb. The kitchen knife from earlier is on the cutting board. He clocks a box cutter nearby, a small glint of hope in a very bad situation. Bling. He locks onto it. Behind him, the red-haired girl in her dark jacket raises her sword in a single fluid motion, zoom, and the blade hums through the air. The clock is not stopping for anyone. Here she comes. Geomma braces, box cutter in a trembling hand, and shouts that he wanted to resolve this peacefully, as if that were still on the table. It is not on the table. He curses under his breath, commits, and slashes, a quick, precise motion born not from training, but from thousands of hours behind a cutting board. The blessing of the blade god surges, and the air fills with something that sounds almost like a prayer. Chloe, blue-hazed, sword raised, Every line of her body coiled and ready faces him down against a blazing red backdrop. And Geomma, desperately buying seconds, tells her that her hair looks a little long. It is not a great plan. Chloe's expression doesn't change. She raises the blade. She says she'll take care of that. Sparks burst between them, and the confrontation that started with a cookbook moment and a dropped diary is about to end with steel. And then she wakes up. Chloe blinks in the quiet dark of her bedroom, red hair tousled, black jacket rumpled. She calls out Geomma's name, confusion threading through her voice. The room is still. She remembers fragments, watching him gaze out the window while she did dishes. Then the cold realization, her katana is gone. She looks around the room and finds it standing upright nearby, glinting in the dark like an unanswered question. The blackout. Chloe pieces it together slowly, panic threading through her confusion. A voice in her memory, calm, approving, chilling, tells her she did a good job, tells her to embrace her talent. Don't dwell on it. Another voice cuts through, urgent, frightened, calling her name. She's on the bed now, dazed and vulnerable, the sword glowing faintly on the table beside her. She whispers Geomma's name like a question she's afraid to have answered. Chloe sits up and immediately starts hoping she didn't say anything weird while she was unconscious. A perfectly reasonable concern, all things considered. Then she notices the box cutter on the floor. Then she looks in the mirror and realizes her hair is shorter. She puts these two facts together with wide, dawning eyes. But someone cleaned the room before they left. She finds that sweet. A blush creeps across her cheeks. She decides she needs to write this down before she forgets. Chloe writes in her diary with the careful determination of someone preserving something precious, and then sets her pen down. There. 4 words. I love you, Geomma. Outside, in the shadowed night, Geomma himself staggers out of the darkness, gasping, half-broken, the blessing of painlessness having expired exactly 5 seconds too late. He mutters that he somehow made it through. Then the color hits. BLEURGH. Splat. The aftermath of surviving Chloe Auditor is not graceful. But he's alive, and somewhere inside that apartment, she's writing his name with hearts. What happens when she finds out what he did to her hair? Geomma doubles over on that park bench, stomach in open revolt. The blessing of painlessness may have worn off, but the consequences of surviving Chloe Auditor are still very much active. He retches into the night, mourns his lost dinner, and then stares up at the moon with hollow, hungry eyes. Just who is she? That question hangs heavier than his empty stomach. The truth of what happened in that room finally crystallizes. Chloe's glowing sword aimed directly at vital points like an assassin's weapon given living instinct. If Geomma hadn't read the move a half-second early, he'd be dead. In that razor-thin moment of survival, he reached for her throat. The box cutter wasn't long enough, so he only cut her hair. That's the story. That's what he's telling himself. Geomma exhales slowly, genuinely grateful nothing worse came of it. Peace, order, safety. He repeats those words like a mantra because this world doesn't make them easy to hold on to. He remembers being thrown into this shameless game with nothing but a sashimi knife and the ghost of ambitions he had to bury. He gave up on those dreams. Mostly. The bright light of what could have been still flickers at the edges of his thoughts. The blessing of miracle, the founding hero, Valor Joquin, the sacred sword Bamung, holy and cursed in equal measure. This world's protagonist gets chosen by a legendary blade and tasked with saving everything. And Geomma, he slaps himself across the face in the dark, staring at a sashimi knife. Get it together. The contrast is almost funny. Almost. A week inside the academy and it's already warped his priorities. Geomma lies on that bench under the stars, weary and slightly philosophical, admitting that the academy life has made him forget what he originally came here to do. He knows the key characters. He knows the general plot, but his knowledge has gaps, dangerous ones. 2 paths sit before him in his mind's eye, the canon route and the secret route. He chooses canon. Deviation means failure. Second semester of year 3. That's when everything breaks. Geomma's mind replays the game's dark turn, demons discovering the hero has awakened, a legion commander leading the assault on the academy, and a war igniting between two races that had kept an uneasy peace. In a grand hall with high ceilings and wide windows, a blond boy stands oblivious while a pink-haired girl looks vaguely uneasy. Neither of them knows what's coming. Only Geomma does. He stares at his phone screen, a character from the game, a pink-haired girl, displayed alongside something ghostly and wrong. The story on that screen is nothing like the carefree academy life he came here for. They all die. He nearly uninstalls the memory of it. But then the resolve settles in, cold and clear. He will not die in this war. Cliché games have happy endings. He's betting everything on that. The city gleams under moonlight, towers rising against the dark sky, beautiful and indifferent to his plans. Geomma thinks it through like a chess match. Train just enough, stay invisible, avoid the front lines. The blessing of the blade god is powerful, but it tears him apart from the inside. He maps out his limitations on screen, studies the conditions, and sets his jaw. Enough strength to survive. Not one drop more. New entries glow on the translucent screen before him: body grade 2, mind grade 3, armament grade 1. Geomma squints at them, tapping curiously, trying to understand what synchronization means and why those question marks won't move. Access DENIAD. The system shuts him out and the frustration tightens across his face. Fine. He sets his priorities: improve physically, get a better weapon. One step at a time. 30 seconds. That's all the blessing of painlessness gives him, and he cannot live inside those 30 seconds forever. He pulls up a calendar: midterms, monster hunting training 1 month away, and the reward for surviving it, Murasame, a glowing longsword displayed on screen like a promise. It's too large for his current blessing. That means he has exactly 1 month to become someone worthy of holding it. He exhales slowly. There's a lot to figure out. A voice cuts through the night air, sharp and certain. That's my seat. The teal-haired girl stands over him like she owns the moonlight itself, her sword at her side, her expression brooking zero argument. Geomma stares up from the bench, startled, one hand instinctively gripping his leg. The night stretches around them, shadowed and tense. He doesn't move. She softens just barely. She doesn't want him to leave, just shuffle over. Geomma shifts on the bench, suddenly very aware of how close she is. The fountain nearby fills the silence with a steady rush of water. He catches himself staring. Abel von Nibelung, the game's heroine, sitting beside him on a park bench under the stars. He makes a mental note to avoid any further involvement. He is already failing at that mental note. She's gorgeous. Geomma gulps, sweating slightly, barely holding himself together as Abel smiles at him with those golden eyes. This is wrong. In the game, even the handsome protagonist couldn't warm her up this fast. She's different in person. Softer. When she mentions her armament is a blade and asks if he uses one too, the conversation takes on a strange, intimate weight beneath that starlit sky. Abel's golden eyes hold a quiet confidence as she tells him that swordsmen have a different look in their eyes. She offers him her blade just to hold. He declines immediately. She puffs her cheeks in a pout, and somehow that is more disarming than any sword. The night air hums around them, calm and unhurried, and Geomma sits very still, caught between wanting to run and being completely unable to. She smirks. "You know me, don't you?" The words land like a blade tip at his throat. Geomma tenses. This Abel is nothing like the cold, distant heroine he knew from the game. She's sharp, perceptive, and she's looking at him with the kind of expression that suggests she already knows the answer. From somewhere behind them, the preview of a blonde, serious-faced boy flickers into existence. The hero is about to arrive. The accusation hangs in the warm night air. "You know my name, but I have no idea who you are." Geomma's forehead beads with sweat as he insists he doesn't know her, then walks it back to sort of, and then watches her make the logical point that that's deeply unfair. She's playful about it, but there's steel underneath every word. He scrambles to stay composed. He is not composed. "A spy for the Demon King." She says it with a smirk, testing him, watching his reaction. He deflects by asking why she's out alone at night. She tells him she just finished training, calm as you please, like physical exhaustion is just her baseline. As they talk, Geomma glances down at his own scarred hands, and something quiet and heavy moves behind his eyes. Even in the middle of this playful exchange, the past doesn't let go. Abel speaks about noble bloodline expectations with the weight of someone who has carried them her entire life. Always the best, always flawless. No one understands what that pressure actually feels like. For a moment her confident mask slips just slightly, and the girl underneath it sits on that bench, tired and honest. Geomma listens. He doesn't try to fix it. Sometimes that's enough. A shadowy elder figure lingers at the edge of the moment like a reminder that this piece is borrowed. It was strangely liberating. Abel smirks as she recalls becoming the top scorer, and then admits she'd love to find whoever beat her just so she can tear them apart. Geomma's expression collapses. He asks if she really has to go that far. She describes the humiliation that forged her current ferocity, then catches herself sighing. Why is she telling a stranger all of this? The question has no good answer, but she's still sitting there. She studies him for a moment, head tilted, and delivers her verdict. He looks weak. Geomma doesn't argue. She stands to leave and almost as an afterthought demands his name. He refuses. She raises an eyebrow, half amused, half genuinely irritated, and walks away into the park night without it. He watches her go. He still hasn't told her, and somehow that feels like the most dangerous thing he's done all week. Academy life has continued peacefully, miraculously. Geomma sits in the tiered classroom in his black suit, clasping his hands and cataloging his situation. Chloe has found friends and settled in. He has been methodically avoiding Chloe because Chloe scares him. He's not the only special entrant, there are others, but that particular fact provides very little comfort when the red-haired girl glances his way and he instinctively hunches behind his desk. He is so grateful he wasn't placed in the higher-tier classes. The Star and Dragon classes, he shudders just thinking about them. Factions, power struggles, political maneuvering among teenagers with supernatural abilities. It was bad enough in the game. Living it would send him to an early grave. He muses about what to eat for the day. And then a green-haired girl in glasses appears, holding a faculty card, apologizing for the delay in delivering his top scorer privilege. Right. That. Geomma holds the faculty card up in the light, genuinely moved. 3 bows to the director's office a day didn't feel sufficient, but Medea came through for him anyway. He tells himself he's been a model student. He tells himself he'll keep this up for 3 full years. A smirk crosses his face as a grand exterior vista fills the background, and text marks the weight of 700 years of history behind the walls he's walking through. He has a plan. He believes in it. An elderly instructor lectures at the front of the hall, pointing to the blackboard where Valor Joquin, founding hero, father of the academy, stares back at the students. Geomma leans against his desk, arms folded, and mutters that he already knows this. He does. But knowing something in a game and watching it etched on a blackboard in a world that is suddenly, terrifyingly real, those are 2 very different things. Lycan's shadowy depiction on the board makes the hairs on his neck stand up. 20 years. The first Legion commander and Valor Joquin fought for 20 brutal years. The word brutal hangs in blood-red font over imagery of warriors caught in endless carnage. Shadows clash across the battlefield panels, bodies moving in frantic silhouette. And then, a bright light. A turning point. The kind of moment that ends eras. Geomma stares at those panels with the quiet, sober expression of someone who knows exactly what it cost. The hero emerged victorious, but Joquin lost his arm, and with it, his ability to fight. Screams echoed in every direction from both sides. The first human-demon war ended not in triumph but in truce, a complicated resolution born from mutual exhaustion and irreplaceable loss. Next generation. Train them. That was the only answer Joquin had left. The academy exists because a one-armed hero refused to let the sacrifice mean nothing. 700 years of peace, secured by a non-aggression pact. The auditorium murmurs with students who can't imagine a war touching their lives. One's more worried about what to wear to a party tomorrow. Geomma sits in the middle of their oblivious comfort and feels the weight of being the only person in the room who knows the piece is already cracking. He wants to warn Medea, but changing the script, he knows, could make everything worse. Medea, she complains about being Academy director constantly, and yet the wiki tells a different story. She was the first of the 7 stars to sense something was wrong, her blessing of perception cutting through the noise before anyone else even felt the tremor. She charged the front lines while everyone else was still asking questions. The silver-haired woman with the intense gaze and dark outfit is more than she performs. Geomma knows it. He's not sure she does. And then a wiki image of Medea in a blood-drenched dress, wide eyes haunted with something that won't wash out. The first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Geomma stares at the screen, so she dies. The words settle into him like cold water. I wish I had never known in the first place. But he does know. Class ends with the teacher announcing midterms in 2 weeks. The mundane and the terrible sharing the same breath. May 5th. The date on Geomma's phone screen sharpens the air around him. Students flood the grand classroom in a surge of commotion, whispers, craning necks, wide eyes. Someone asks if that's really him. Someone else confirms he's definitely made it into stars. The energy in the room shifts like a barometric pressure drop before a storm. Geomma looks up from his phone with the expression of someone who has been dreading this exact day. Leon van Reinhardt walks into the auditorium like he was born doing it. Blonde hair, deliberate stride, every inch of him radiating the quiet confidence of someone the story was literally written around. The pink-haired girl beside Geomma goes wide-eyed. The muscular, light-haired student stares. Someone shouts WOOO. Someone shouts cool. And Geomma watches the protagonist of this entire world make his entrance, feeling something complicated and deeply inconvenient stir in his chest. And it's also the day. The piece that lasted 700 years begins to crumble. The narration hangs there, heavy and inevitable as the promotional energy of Leon's arrival crashes against the weight of what Geomma knows comes next. Lucky bastard, someone mutters about Leon's face. Handsome as they come. The admirers swarm. The celebration blooms. And underneath it all, completely invisible to the crowd, the clock is ticking. All the women in the game are drawn to Leon. Geomma knows this. He's watched it happen in pixels, but standing in an elegant hallway, watching the real thing unfold, the blonde boy in the suit, the pink-haired girl beside him, the murmuring crowd closing in, it's different. I'd love to be him. The thought arrives unbidden and entirely sincere. Then Geomma remembers what being Leon actually costs. He takes it back. First chosen to fight, but calling it chosen feels dishonest. It's conscription dressed up in nicer language, and the dark-haired boy in the formal suit says so with a raw frustration that cuts through the room. One military service was enough. And the Demon King's strength. Even Valor Joquin could only seal the First Legion commander, not destroy him. Game over flashes through Geomma's mind. Then Leon smiles, charming and unhurried, and the mood lifts just enough to breathe. The auditorium buzzes as students process the revelation. Blessing of Miracle M is real, standing in front of them, and it wears Leon's face. The dark-haired boy with the green lapel stares, shocked, and admits that one look at Leon's face was enough to make him a believer. Leon, composed and radiant, turns to address the crowd. Whispers of admiration ripple outward like a stone dropped in still water. For a brief moment, everything feels possible. The training hall at dusk, arched Gothic windows glowing amber. Geomma swings a wooden sword in his blue and white training outfit, exhaling hard. He runs the test and confirms it. His blessing doesn't activate with weapons outside the specifications. The wooden sword is useless for his particular gift. He stops, wipes his face, and asks himself quietly if he made a mistake. The answer echoes in the empty hall. You almost killed me. Geomma says it to Chloe's face in the hallway of the grand school, and Chloe's glowing red sword pulses beside her like it's still making its case. She assures him everything is fine. He tells her that a peaceful school life is his absolute priority, and that making enemies is not part of his plan. She looks relieved. He looks like a man who has chosen to live near a volcano and is politely asking it not to erupt. And then she asks, with those eyes, those enormous earnest eyes that could guilt-trip a stone wall, if she could make him dinner tonight. Geomma stares. He processes the question. A nearby observer notes that those eyes could guilt-trip anyone, and they are not wrong. He runs the internal calculation of accepting, potential outcome ending up in pieces. He responds with a slow, uncertain huh. She clasps her hands. Please, please, please. Leon appears, charming smile, black suit, utterly unaware of Geomma's internal crisis nearby. He approaches Chloe and asks for a favor instead of dinner. Teach me how to use a sword. Chloe blinks, surprised but not opposed. Meanwhile, Geomma stands off to the side with a practice stick, watching this unfold with the expression of a man watching pieces of a board game he knows too well start arranging themselves into a pattern he didn't expect. Geomma. She appears in the training hall like a burst of red-haired sunshine, hearts practically orbiting her as she calls his name. He looks up casual, hey Chloe. She was waiting on the other side of the hall since 6:30. He just arrived. He blinks. The meeting was scheduled for 8. The discrepancy registers on his face in slow, dawning horror, and he says nothing. She smiles. HM. Chloe tugs at her cropped gray sweatshirt and loose white pants, turning slightly, asking if she looks weird. She does not look weird. She looks like someone who could dismantle a wall with her bare hands, which Geomma clocks immediately when he notices the lean muscle under the casual training clothes. No wonder she hits that hard. He offers her the wooden sword. She asks why they're not using a real one, genuinely puzzled. He explains. Oh, she accepts. She was going to accept a real one. She grips the wooden sword and murmurs that he's so kind. He decides privately to be very careful not to let it near his head. She swings it experimentally, and the displaced air is audible from across the room. He can hear the stick cutting through space like she's parting weather. He thinks about his blessing with the anxious energy of someone checking a parachute mid-fall. He adjusts his grip. This is fine. Geomma studies the holographic display of his blessing specifications while Chloe glances over with concern. Blade length 12.8 inches or shorter. Width 2 inches or less. He's never seen extra features like this in the game before. The section remains locked, conditions unmet. Chloe asks if everything's okay. He reassures her with a slight smile, tells her he's the only one who can see the information window. She nods and lifts her training stick. Shall we begin? Okay, he says it simply, grips his training bat and lets his focus narrow to a single point. Chloe stands across from him, energy coiled, eyes bright. She's always been about hands-on experience, she says so herself. The wooden bats meet with a clack, the sound sharp and clean in the high-ceilinged hall. The real lesson is about to begin. Chloe's foundation is real, years of instilled training visible in every microadjustment of her grip. She gives her all, body and soul. Geomma's hands are slick with sweat. His posture is slightly off, but his weapon stays pointed. And then she moves. Zoom, she closes the distance in a fraction of a second, and Geomma barely has time to register the blur before she's already past his guard. So sudden. That was just the beginning. Thwack, he barely dodges the first strike and explodes backward. What the hell? I thought we were going easy. Chloe does not appear to have received this memo. She follows up, pop, grip, another thwack fast, and then faster, her wooden sword cutting arcs that leave no clean angle to counter. Geomma's eyes go wide. This is not going easy. This is Chloe Auditor deciding that even wooden weapons deserve to be treated seriously. It hurts. He raises his stick overhead, wincing, and then she drops from above. When did she? And his shock turns to something close to panic. You're kidding. She's accelerating. Every exchange, she moves a fraction faster. He identifies a spot to counter now. I'll strike down right here, and then she's already somewhere else. He starts to wonder with mounting dread whether she was actually holding back this entire time. Her attacks don't stop. Crack, thump, thud. Each blow lands with weight that shouldn't be possible from a training session, and Geomma blocks desperately, his bat shuddering under the impacts. Her attacks keep coming. I can't hold out longer. The thought crystallizes with perfect clarity. One clean hit from Chloe Auditor, even with a wooden weapon, could end him. This was supposed to be training. This feels like survival. And then crack. The wooden sword doesn't just hit something, it breaks. Splinters fly across the stone floor of the training courtyard. Chloe freezes, eyes wide, immediately apologetic. I'm sorry, she meant to go easy, she genuinely did. She just didn't think it would break. Geomma stands in the sudden silence, staring at the shattered wood around his feet. Geomm, she says his name. He hasn't moved. Geomm. The word leaves her lips just as the world around them shifts. Swirling light and chaotic energy surge through the space, and then a cold system voice cuts through the noise like a blade. Armament condition has been fulfilled. Morality grade has decreased. The energy wraps around a figure in blue and white, crackling with something new and dangerous. And in the shadows, a dark silhouette raises a knife. Whatever just unlocked inside Geomma Kang, it isn't going to stay quiet. The gymnasium fills with the cold buzz of system alerts. Notifications cascade across the air like a broken signal. Armament condition fulfilled. Morality grade decreased. Geomma's body is still trembling in that blue tracksuit, and the girl watching him can't hide the terror spreading across her face. Something has shifted inside him. Something that won't simply reset. Inside whatever void the blessing has dragged him into, Chef Kim stands under a lone spotlight, confused, blinking, wondering if he's back in his kitchen. The familiar flash of a fish on a cutting surface. The instinct kicks in immediately. Let's get to work. He reaches for a cleaver, then a chef's knife, then a sword. Beep. Error. Item cannot be selected. Even here, the world won't let him choose his own weapon. Kinj cycles through every option. Sword wrong. Another sword wrong. The system keeps rejecting him, pushing him toward the one tool it has always intended for him. And then with unsettling calm, he picks up the sashimi knife. The screen confirms it, right choice for taking a life. He holds it, feels no pain, feels great. That acceptance is far more disturbing than any error message. Shadowy hands emerge from nothing, strings attached, a puppet master's opening move. Then the declaration blazes across the void. Inferior has been activated. And Geomma, shrouded in crackling blue mist, raises his dagger with a fierce, otherworldly expression. His eyes say one thing: time to create another masterpiece. The chef and the blade demon are no longer separate. Back in the gymnasium, a girl with reddish-brown hair is calling out his name, desperate, urgent, scanning the dim space for any sign of him. Geomma, are you all right? No answer. Then blast. A wave of blue energy rips through the air, 200 meters of pure kinetic force. Her face freezes, eyes wide. Whatever just happened? This is no longer a training session gone wrong. Kim, reddish hair, white shirt, blue pants, hurls himself into the battle with a wooden weapon that shouldn't be enough for any of this. Crash. He barely holds his ground. Slash. A wide circular swing cuts through the chaos. He screams for someone to hold on. The arena around him roars with dust and shadow, and then impact. Bold. Unavoidable. The consequences have arrived. Boom, Kinj launches himself into the air like a different person entirely, because that's exactly what he's become. His friend watches in stunned disbelief, eyes wide, whispering that he seems like someone completely different. Wham! The stick connects. Thud. The friend crashes to the ground with a pained grunt, and Kinj stands over the aftermath, chest heaving calm, eyes burning with something new and terrifying. The girl with long red hair can't move. She pulled a muscle dodging that last attack, and now she's on the ground, wooden staff in hand, trembling. She calls out Geomma's name, her voice breaking. Across from her, someone in a dark blue vest reaches toward her with desperate hands, realizing the gravity of what's unfolding. I don't understand what's going on. She needs to call off the training, but it may already be too late for that. The reddish-brown-haired girl is on her knees, pleading, please come to your senses. Geomma. Geommakang. Each repetition more desperate than the last. Then Geomma Kang appears on the ground, disheveled, uniform damp, eyes wide with something between fear and confusion. and a third character stumbles into the chaos, equally lost, asking the question that hangs over all of them. What is the world? Inside the vision, Kim can't understand it. This fish keeps dodging every knife strike. He's never seen anything move like this. Then the bizarre thought, is it talking back to him? Is he imagining it? He mutters the word gun to himself, trying to grasp what he's actually fighting. And then realization. His eyes change. That's right, I'm. The name echoes through the void like a thunderclap. Geommakang. Kinj stands in the dim space, black suit, red accents, large knife in hand, and the posture alone says everything. Beside him, a boy in light blue stares, whispering, then this must be, as the pieces click together. On the ground, Chloe with her long orange hair calls out Geomma, and in the same breath, Chloe. A wooden object thuds to the ground, and Kinj starts his declaration, I'm. Bonk, something light and deliberate taps her on the head and she freezes. He nudged my head. The confusion on her face melts into something else entirely. He was in the grip of a force trying to consume him, and he still reached for her gently to pull himself back. Across from them, a man in a dark blue vest steadies himself with a decisive posture. The fight inside Geomma is over. For now. He thanks her for helping with training and smiles, tells her he'll head out first. She watches him go, standing in the corridor as the sky outside bleeds into twilight. And then alone she thinks about it. The class placement exam. Geomma's combat abilities. The way he moved, not skilled, not trained, but eerie. Like something that shouldn't exist in a person. She doesn't have words for it, just unease. She swings with everything she has of brown hair pulled back, red hairband, full force behind a heavy weapon, and she can't touch him. It doesn't feel like skill, she realizes. It feels like raw, unfiltered instinct. She activated every blessing she had in that moment, and still couldn't do a thing against a man wielding a half-broken wooden sword. The worst part, he looked like he was enjoying himself. In the shadows outside the academy, Kinj confronts Nox, her red hair and glasses catching the low light, weariness in every line of her posture. He leans against the wall in that black suit with red accents, dripping sarcasm. Is this what she's been doing since joining? Fooling around with a peasant? And then the threat, delivered softly, which makes it worse. If she keeps spending time with him, the authorities will eliminate him. The red-haired masked figure declares it plainly. The entire auditor family wouldn't be enough to beat Geomma. The dark-suited man listening doesn't flinch, but something shifts behind his eyes. He grips his sword. The power he was given, he says, isn't a divine gift. It isn't a blessing. His expression is all desperation and determination at once, as if the sword he's holding is the only thing keeping him from being swallowed whole. He describes it in the dark, the force that pursued him, seized his body, mocked his determination. There was no pain. Instead, endless, intoxicating euphoria laced with helplessness. A curse controlling him like a puppet, the whispers of temptation. And then slash, a drastic act or choice followed by 3 stark words demanding everything be destroyed. He gave in, he says quietly. He let it consume him. But then Chloe screamed. And through all the chaos and red static, through the curse trying to drown him, he heard his own name. Geomma, the name that had become his. He made the choice to hurl the wooden sword away, even as it felt like throwing away a part of himself. Because in that moment he knew, if he didn't let go of it, he would never find his way back. He reflects on it now with a strange mix of anger and gratitude. She pulled him back, and she was also the reason the wooden sword broke in the first place. So he forgave her with a gentle nudge on the head and left quickly before the blessing could activate again. But the question lingers, can he keep running from it forever? A power closer to a curse, one that shortens his lifespan, one he never asked for. He stares into the dim stairwell, jaw tight, voice barely above a whisper. He just wanted a humble life. A few ups and downs, manageable, ordinary. But there is something inside him now, something that is slowly trying to swallow his sanity. A boom shakes the walls from outside. And he says it like a verdict. This isn't a blessing. 3 words, heavy as iron. Dark, swirling energy coils around a figure at its center, tentacle-like appendages of radiant darkness reaching outward. A curse that wants to devour him, a power from the abyss. The teaser cuts forward, two figures face each other, one dark-haired, one red-haired, both coiled with fury. Then a vast auditorium of silhouetted figures, buzzing with murmured anticipation. Whatever is coming, it has an audience. Days have passed. In a classroom framed by classical arches and empty desks, the girl with short red hair leans toward her purple-haired friend, animated until the topic shifts. Geomma hasn't come to class since that day. She realizes they never even exchanged contacts. She knocked on his door and heard his whimpers through the wood. And now, sitting with that pained expression, she admits she was too afraid to go to him. Why didn't she ask? She can't stop thinking about him. The way he rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. She's counted how many glances she's stolen across the classroom, lost count actually. She tells herself she was too nervous to approach him, that she didn't want him to think she was strange. But sitting here now in this grand room with high windows, she knows the truth. That was just an excuse. And quietly to no one, I miss you. The instructor shuts the room down with a bark, act like students of a prestigious school. Heavy rain has canceled training, self-study begins. A collective "yes, sir" fills the grand classroom. Then thunk, something hits the door. The instructor spins, furious. Who dares barge in during class? Every head turns. In the doorway, a silhouette begins to form. The teacher's expression shifts from fury to something else entirely. He descends the staircase in a perfectly tailored black suit, white shirt, black tie, each step deliberate and unhurried. Geomma has returned. Knox, standing nearby with her short red hair and glasses, gasps his name like she can't believe what she's seeing. He apologizes calmly for his tardiness. She tells him it's no problem, voice wavering slightly, urging him to sit. A bald man nearby watches the exchange with the quiet authority of someone who notices everything. The whispers start immediately. The other students can't help themselves. Is that the special entrant? Did he always look like that? He kind of looks handsome now. Geomma moves through it all with the stillness of someone carrying something heavy and choosing not to show it. Then Chloe spots him from across the room, Geomma, and her energy shatters the tension like sunlight through clouds. Whatever happened in those 3 days, he's back. Knox approaches him, hands clasped, voice small. Did something happen? She noticed his absence. Her wide eyes and flushed expression say more than her words. He keeps his answer measured and calm. Nasty flu, nothing more. But even as he thanks her for worrying, something about the stillness behind his eyes tells a different story. Her heartbeat thumps visibly in the panel, one loud BADUMP that the art refuses to hide. She knows he's lying. She accepts it anyway. He gives her the flu story. She doesn't believe it, he can see that clearly. What he doesn't tell her is what those 3 days actually were. Locked in his room, unable to eat, unable to move, convulsions tearing through him like withdrawal from something his body was never supposed to touch. And in the mirror during those moments, his own face, staring back at him, cold and distant, like a stranger wearing his expression. The stress even turned his hair white. He notices Knox's guilt. She was his training partner, so it makes sense she'd carry some of the blame. He decides to help her out of it. And so, with the straightforwardness of someone who learned hospitality through years in a kitchen, he asks the simple question, "Remember when you mentioned dinner together? What about today?" Her reaction is immediate, eyes wide, face flushed, the answer written all over her before she even speaks. She lights up completely. "Yay, I'll do my best, I'm so happy." He smiles back, pondering what food he's in the mood for. Fish, he thinks. It's always fish. The mood is warm, almost normal until it isn't. He starts to reference what happened last time he ate at her place, trailing off mid-sentence. And somewhere in the background, crackle. A sound that doesn't belong in this cheerful moment, reminding both of them that something is still unresolved. Then flap, a sound from somewhere in the classroom. Geomma's head snaps to the side, sharp and alert. Knox asks what's wrong, voice instantly cautious. He stares out with the focused look of someone who has learned to trust his instincts. In another panel, a shadowy figure smirks. It's subtle. It's deliberate. Both of them sense it in the same moment that something in this room is watching them and it isn't friendly. Clack, clack. Footsteps approach with the unhurried confidence of someone who owns every room they walk into. A figure with red hair and a dark mask locks eyes with Geomma, not a greeting, a declaration. Nox goes rigid. Geomma doesn't flinch. He addresses the newcomer directly. If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't just stand there staring. The elegant classroom suddenly feels very, very small. Chloe's brother has come to the academy, and Chloe is furious. She told him not to come, and her voice has that sharp edge that barely conceals something underneath. Fear. Because behind the anger, Geomma can see it. Her eyes are trembling. The masked figure scoffs, dismissing the idea that she'd choose to spend her time with someone so weak. And Chloe stands between them, carrying the weight of a family name she never chose. The masked boy tells her to return to the clan. Geomma snaps, "Don't you dare call him that," and the temperature in the room drops 10 degrees. Blast. A wave of energy detonates from the confrontation and someone nearby breathes relief that the other students left for lunch. And then it clicks for Geomma, auditor. The name. The family. He's starting to understand exactly who he's dealing with. Infiltration, assassination, covert operations without rival. The auditor family subjects its children to near-abusive training from birth, forging them into killing machines before they're old enough to choose anything else. In direct confrontations they may rank lower, but in the shadows, unrivaled. And now Geomma understands the full weight of what Chloe carries. She is an auditor. That name isn't a family. It's a sentence. He says it plainly. In this world, he doesn't mind killing if the reason is good enough. He might even call it justified. But as the panels drift toward Chloe, her bloodied hands, her distant gaze, something quieter surfaces. Perhaps she never wanted any of this. Perhaps, just like Geomma's blessing that burns his lifespan, Chloe's entire identity is a power she was forced to bear. She just wanted to live a normal life. He acknowledges it to himself, standing in that polished hallway. I'm no hero. I can't become one. I don't even want to. But Chloe is behind him, her anxiety radiating like heat, urging him toward her brother. And something shifts. Maybe he can't save the world, but maybe, just maybe, he can do something. For one girl, and that's enough to make him move. He faces the masked figure directly. Nox, he says the name quietly, making sure it lands. There's no escape from this situation. Fine. Then I'll tear through it, he declares himself. Geomma Kang, Blade Demon. The name isn't posturing, it's identity. It's the knife master and the warrior and the cursed man all spoken in 2 words. And the masked figure across from him hasn't moved, but his eyes have. And I am a swordsman, the declaration echoes. But nearby, Wonbin, massive, bald, quiet authority, stands with clasped hands, deep in thought. Something happened to Geomma. His face looked like every ounce of emotion had been drained from it. That observation sits heavy. Then the mood cracks. The purple-haired figure beside him chirps a greeting, teasing about the baldness. Wonbin warns them not to make fun of bald people. The contrast is almost painful. The muscular man with the ponytail is already shouting before the phone finishes ringing. Subspace. Who requested this? The man with glasses at the desk answers hesitantly. Geomma Kang and Nox auditor, sir. The response that follows is barely a word. Just, wah. A digital display materializes in the background. Subspace battle, Wolf class, timer at 0. Whatever just got set into motion doesn't have a cancel button. 15 minutes until battle. Geomma sits in the dim waiting area, pensive in his formal suit, absorbing how fast everything escalated. The green-haired woman in the black outfit leans toward him, glasses catching the low light. Be careful out there. She adds a quiet warning. No permanent physical injuries in subspace, but the mental toll will be just as real. He exhales slowly, listening to the crowd cheer beyond the walls, and wonders what the point of staying unnoticed ever was. In the confined underground space, Chloe is crying, shoulders shaking, head down, convinced this is all her fault. He turns to her, steady, direct, and tells her it isn't. Not her fault. Not even close. Then he holds up the weapon she lent him and says with full confidence, "I'll definitely win." She almost smiles, almost. Her brother is strong, she says quietly. He meets her eyes. "So are you, Chloe." Knox lays out the full weight of who Chloe's brother is. The greatest genius in the history of the Auditor family, a master of assassination, earning the title of Master of Knightly Techniques at 14. Geomma stares at the knife in his hand, almost amused by the absurdity. No matter how much he tries to avoid it, this path keeps finding him. In his first life, in this one, always a knife. Always this. He tells Chloe he'll be back. She responds with a quiet okay, and the word carries the whole weight of her worry. Then he pauses. "Chloe, yes. There are many geniuses in this world," he says, and the way he says it isn't a warning, it's a setup. Because what follows is the conclusion, spoken with absolute certainty. "But when it's all said and done, I'll always win." He means it, every syllable. He walks toward the light. Each step deliberate, measured step, the sound cutting through the silence of the corridor. The brightness ahead bleeds into the panel edges, overwhelming the dim walls around him. He brushes his hair back, squinting slightly into the glare, not from hesitation, from focus. Somewhere beyond that light, Chloe's brother is waiting, and Geomma walks toward him without breaking stride. The arena erupts. Thousands of voices crashing together, all of them hungry for this fight. Geomma steps into it, and for one disorienting moment, it feels like a Colosseum, him, the gladiator, the crowd baying for spectacle. He laughs nervously to himself. This is definitely more than I expected. Then he spots the star-class students in the stands, watching with calculating eyes, and the weight of what this duel actually means settles over him. From the stands, turquoise hair and golden eyes watch the scene with barely concealed contempt. Don't they have anything better to do? Across the floor, the red-haired opponent is already radiating bloodlust, calling Geomma a peasant, questioning whether he understands what's happening here. The word doom rumbles through the space like a bass note, and Geomma feels it, the surge of killing intent rolling off this man in waves. This isn't a duel. This is a message being sent. Geomma's response is a smile and 8 words. A true master never blames their tools. The red-haired man's eye twitches. Then the black-haired figure draws his sword, gleaming top-tier equipment, and delivers his promise. He'll silence those insults by clipping off his opponent's tongue. The red-haired man stares at the blade and acknowledges, through gritted teeth, that the equipment is elite. It doesn't make him less furious. If anything, it makes it worse. FSSSH. Geomma conceals his bloodlust deliberately, cleanly, and then produces it. The large sashimi knife, the S-tier armament that looks like it has no business being in a battle arena. Bold text announces its rank. The crowd reacts. The subspace barrier begins deployment, sealing this confrontation into its own sealed world. He steps forward into it, expression locked. "Will now." 2 words hanging in the air like the moment before a blade falls. A fierce blue light ignites one glowing eye, radiating divine energy. Both fighters settle into their stances, the air between them vibrating with activated power. Geomma channels the blessing of the blade god. Across from him, Chloe's brother pours every ounce of the blessing of perfection into his grip. 2 blessings, 2 destinies, 2 men who have never once considered losing. The energy pulses, the crowd holds its breath, and the first move hasn't been made yet. The crowd can barely process what they're seeing. 2 observers, one dark-haired, one light, stare into the sealed arena with furrowed brows and cold sweat, trying to track movement that defies comprehension. Behind them, a green-haired student dismisses the whole thing as a fight between losers. But the clang and clink of steel tell a very different story. Nobody in that arena is losing quietly. Even Chloe's red-haired brother, a seasoned second year, has to grudgingly admit, they're quick. An aqua-haired girl taps her fingers against the table, her jaw tight, watching with unmistakable anxiety. And a black-haired spectator says what everyone is thinking: he looked weak. Nobody imagined he was capable of this. Geomma is rewriting every assumption in real time. Geomma doesn't posture, he doesn't roar, he just moves. FSSSH, the blade cuts air. Then slash, slash, slash. Each strike lands with terrifying precision, a rhythm born not from a training hall but from 10,000 hours behind a cutting board. His expression is locked, not rage, not fear, pure, focused intent. The opponent isn't even visible in these panels. He might as well not exist. The red-haired fighter refuses to fold. He grits his teeth, launches forward, and unleashes his ultimate technique, the three-legged crow. FWOOM, the air splits. It's a move designed to end fights, but Geomma shifts, just barely, just enough. SHAA. Then boom, the impact shakes the arena, but when the dust settles, only one man is still standing cleanly. The red-haired fighter screams, "I got you," and for one terrifying moment he believes it. Then, the footsteps step. Geomma slips past the attack like water through fingers, calm as a man taking a stroll. A spectator watching from outside murmurs in disbelief. The second year is hammering away. But the first year is just dodging every single strike. A pink-haired student tries to explain it away. A year of experience makes the difference, he says. But even he has to acknowledge the truth. The second year is attacking relentlessly, and that first-year boy in the dark suit is simply slipping past every blow. The red-haired fighter burns with rage, his blessing of the crow maxed out, and still nothing lands. He really pisses me off, he seethes. And then, a decision. Then Geomma does something nobody in that arena expects. He throws away his sword. Mid-fight, the red-haired opponent freezes. "What the hell are you?" his mask barely containing his disbelief. But Geomma's hand finds a new grip, a knife with floral engravings, his real weapon. Clang. Slip. The transition is seamless, as if the sword was never his to begin with. The red-haired boy explodes. "Is this bastard mocking me?" His voice tears through the arena as his knuckles whiten around his blade. The shadows behind him deepen, blood already in the air. And then, voice dropping to something colder and more dangerous. "I'll kill you with one strike." The word doom appears. He means it. This isn't pride talking. This is a man who has never been humiliated and cannot survive starting now. Nothing can withstand the blow of the crimson edge that has tasted blood. The declaration hangs in the air like a death sentence. Blast. Energy erupts. And somewhere inside Geomma's mind, a quieter voice surfaces. "I just want to live a peaceful life. Keep a low profile. But curses don't care what you want." And he has already given in. Whatever comes next, the peaceful future he wanted is already gone. A radiant burst of light, then a blur in black and blue, katana raised, and then silence from the red-haired fighter. I couldn't see him. The words barely escape his lips before he hits the ground. A dark vortex swirls where the final strike landed, the sheer force of it rewriting the battlefield. The pink-haired observer stares, jaw slack. The second year never even got close. A blue-suited figure tears through the air at impossible speed. Across from him, a blond boy in a dark suit whispers it quietly, "Goodbye. Then to my peaceful future." The dark-haired figure completes his thought, "Blessing or curse, I'll take whatever I can get." And in the final panel, the red-haired antagonist stands over a fallen body, sword drawn. The episode title looms. Everything from this moment on will cost something. Slash, slash. The red-haired fighter barely has time to register the movement before his body does. Oh, then crap, the sound of blood hitting the floor, then a thud, final, definitive. Geomma doesn't stand over him, he doesn't gloat. The fight is simply over, and the silence that follows is louder than anything that came before it. Disengaging subsurface barrier. The sealed world cracks open. FSSSH, energy disperses. Geomma sheathes his blade with a clean SHING, stepping back into the real arena as the barrier dissolves around him. The ground trembles with a low rumble, and on the sidelines, the blonde girl in pigtails and the aqua-haired girl watch with wide, worried eyes, neither of them quite ready for what just happened. The fight is done. Geomma stands under an open blue sky, his phone buzzing with a notification, "Subscriber battle complete." He stares at the sashimi knife in his hand, and the feeling hits him like it always does. Horrible. Every time he cuts a person, it's horrible. Behind him, the red-haired fighter kneels on the arena floor, trembling, forced to acknowledge the strength of the man who beat him. Geomma allows himself one quiet observation. Amid that much bloodlust and your moves become predictable. Anyone could dodge it. He owes it all to his blessing and he knows it. Then the announcement cuts through the arena air. The scoreboard ticks to 0026. The winner, first-year Wolf class, Geomma Kang. He winces at hearing his name said so openly. But above him, a blue geometric sigil drifts through the sky like a seal confirming his ascent. Word spreads fast. In a classroom corridor, two students whisper about an outsider and outer who somehow lost to a first year. An aqua-haired girl with glasses leans on her hand, piecing it together, marveling that this mystery boy defeated someone that strong. Geomma, meanwhile, walks the arena floor, his expression measured. He knows the gossip has started. He just needs to push through before it becomes something worse. A blue-haired student in the doorway admits the truth with wide, stunned eyes. After that point, even he couldn't follow it with his eyes. A green-haired figure beside him stares in shock, red eyes unblinking. And then someone says it plainly, such utterly absurd swordplay. With two kitchen knives, no less. Two crossed blades hang in the panel like a question mark. Geomma Kang used cooking tools to dismantle a second-year blessing user. Let that sink in. Lady Abel sits with the weight of a name she didn't expect. As the Blade Emperor's granddaughter, she prided herself on knowing blades, every form, every school, every technique, but she was ignorant. She understands that now. And then the question surfaces, biting and dangerous. Who is the top scorer? She'd love to meet them, she says, so she can tear them apart. Her hand tightens on the desk edge. She doesn't know yet that it's him. In a quieter corner of the academy, Rachel, blonde, composed, arms crossed, sits across from a blue-haired girl who knows something is wrong. Rachel brushes it off. She's just been feeling off, hasn't been able to work out. But the blue-haired girl isn't buying it. Her face says everything, Rachel. You're hiding something. The classroom is warm and unhurried. But underneath the casual exchange, something is clearly turning over in Rachel's mind. The blue-haired girl, Lady Abel, goes pink. Because the blonde girl across from her just said it out loud. It's a boy, isn't it? Abel sputters, denies it, her cheeks betraying every word. The blonde girl leans forward, grinning, delighted. I never thought you'd be like that. The cozy classroom feels suddenly very small. Abel's composure, the same composure that faces down warriors, crumbles entirely at the suggestion of a crush. Leon Van Reinhardt walks into frame, blonde, effortlessly handsome, seated with casual grace. Abel's reaction is immediate, no. The onlooker notes it plainly, she's oddly hostile toward Leon. But then the blonde pigtail girl grins and pivots. The special entrant from yesterday's duel, Abel flinches. Bingo, says the blonde girl, triumphant. She's found the thread, and she is absolutely going to pull it. The blonde girl grabs Lady Abel's hand, squeeze, and announces their destination with zero hesitation, Wolf class. Abel barely gets out a WH what? Before the door swings open, swing, and every student inside Wolf class freezes. Mouths open, eyes wide. The arrival of two girls from another class, one dragging the other like a force of nature, sends a visible ripple through the entire room. Rachel is already gone from the room. In her place, a blue-haired girl standing on a desk, sneakers squeaking on the wood, turquoise socks bright against the dark floor. She's looking for a black-haired boy, she announces, cheerfully ignoring the horrified boy in a teal suit who tells her nobody should stand on someone else's desk. Her reply, I'm pretty, so let it slide. The classroom does not know what to do with her. Abel sighs so deeply it should have its own sound effect. Two girls, one purple-haired, one blonde, giggle behind her. Then the blonde one shouts it, found HIM. A boy in a suit relaxed at his desk. A red-haired girl nearby going starry-eyed. The blonde girl pats Abel's head cheerfully, doesn't matter, she says, and transitions into her most dangerous stance yet, confident, grinning, and ready to cause absolute chaos. A red-haired boy nearby is laughing until he isn't. Loom. His smile dies the instant he sees what's coming. A blonde girl with a ponytail leans over Geomma's desk, close, too close, while Geomma stares up at her surrounded by question marks, utterly lost. The girl drops into a seat with a plop and a haughty HMMPH. Geomma blinks. Nobody in this school makes sense to him. Rachel Demurette perches on the desk like she owns it. She leans toward Geomma. Are you awake? And then up close she makes her observation. You're actually kind of cute. Geomma's internal alarm lights up immediately. This is dangerous. His instincts, honed by years of reading people across a kitchen counter, are screaming. Rachel reaches out. He stares. The classroom is watching. And Geomma has absolutely no idea what to do. Who the hell are you? The question erupts from the doorway, and suddenly there is a girl in black and white with thigh-high stockings standing between Geomma and Rachel like a wall made of pure fury. The red-haired figure from before grins back at her. The little kitty is very angry. The screen fades. To be continued. The classroom just became a battlefield, and nobody sent Geomma a memo. Chloe is in that mode. The red-haired girl with sharp eyes grits her teeth, sensing the danger the moment she sees it. A blonde girl beside her goes pale, her personality's completely changed. Then someone says the word box cutter. Geomma's eyes go wide. He thinks it clearly. I cannot let her go wild with a knife in this classroom. And the teal-haired girl walks in, taking one look at Rachel and asking flatly, "What are you doing in someone else's class?" Rachel leans down toward the red-haired girl, Chloe, with the calm authority of someone who has never once been told no. "Listen, little girl," she says softly, "you shouldn't butt in when adults are talking. Also, no dangerous objects." The pat on the head is gentle, almost sweet. Then the atmosphere shifts. A menacing red blade appears, and Chloe's expression transforms into something that promises consequences. Splurt, something red splatters, and a dark-haired boy in a suit flinches hard. But it's not blood, it's a spilled cup, courtesy of a blonde boy who shrugs and says it's the only way to get anyone's attention. While the chaos unfolds, Rachel has moved. She has Chloe's hands pinned. Too slow, she tells her, "You're just as vulnerable as you look." Chloe makes a noise of discomfort. Rachel does not look even slightly concerned. Abel shouts at Rachel to stop. "Rachel, stop it." Her eyes wide with alarm. Rachel tilts her head thoughtfully. HM. Then someone goes flying across the room, FWOSH, followed by a twirl and a thud that rattles the floor. The audience of students erupts, WHO. It is entirely unclear who just got launched. What is clear? Rachel Demurette is not a girl you escalate with. Rachel faces the question directly. "Is that kid your girlfriend?" Geomma says no, she's a friend. The short red-haired girl nearby radiates doom so intensely that a chill runs down someone's spine. Geomma notices immediately. "Don't look at her," he warns internally. Rachel, unfazed by all of this, maintains her composure with the confidence of someone who has never once felt threatened in her life. In the grand tiered hall, Rachel descends the stairs with purpose, Abel trailing anxiously in a dark suit beside her. She addresses Geomma directly. "Lady Abel seemed interested in you, so we came to visit." Abel immediately combusts. "I never said that," her hands raised in frantic denial. The blue-haired girl beside her looks equally horrified, muttering about being dragged here against her will. Geomma stares at all three of them and says nothing useful. Freeze. Abel plants herself like a wall, her teal hair swept back, demanding everyone stop. "A misunderstanding," someone says. Geomma, looking genuinely exhausted, admits he never wanted to be here and suggests leaving. Rachel calls him boring and leans in with a playful grin, clearly not done. The formal hall, with its elegant rows of seating, has become the least dignified space in the academy. None of this was in anyone's plans. Rachel turns her charm on Geomma. "Come Owen, don't be like that," and the suggestion of Netflix and chilling in her room hangs in the air. Geomma goes blank. And then Chloe erupts, "Get the hell off MYGEOM." Rachel dissolves into laughter. MYGEOM. HEHEA. So funny. The red-haired boy nearby seethes about never knowing defeat. The chaos is total, and Geomma, at the center of it all, just wants to go home. Rachel finally dismisses them. Yes, she says coolly, please get out of my sight. The teal-haired girl walks out muttering that she can never get enough sleep. The blonde girl trails behind her, hearts practically orbiting her. The red-haired girl exits last, looking worried. Rachel stays behind, her gaze drifting toward the center of the hall with something that isn't quite amusement anymore. Something quieter, more dangerous. Rachel walks the grand hall alone, recounting the encounter in her mind. She expected cold. She got cold. But forget his demeanor, there was something else, something faint behind those dark eyes. Something that almost felt like her throat had been slit without him even moving. She pauses. The academy is full of exceptional people, but Geomma is something she hasn't calculated for, and Rachel Demuret always calculates. The teal-haired girl, Abel, processes it quietly. The Spear Saint family has a history of marrying warriors. No wonder the unconquerable empress took an interest in him, the blonde girl muses. Abel sighs deeply, then tries to redirect, you should apologize to Wolf class, not me. But the blonde girl isn't listening. She says one word, Geomma. And something in Abel's expression shifts, caught between denial and something she hasn't named yet. Rachel grins behind her cat ear headband and says it plainly. I don't think I can let you have him. Abel looks horrified. Meanwhile, in a completely different and much louder corner of the world, the red-haired masked boy is screaming that he'll kill him, declaring himself the genius of the auditors, and announcing he has never known defeat. Rattle. Thund. The walls shake with his fury. Somewhere, Geomma has absolutely no idea how many people want to claim or end him right now. In a dimly lit hallway lined with empty chairs, the red-haired boy in a hospital gown paces and plots, should I ambush him tonight? Call upon the entire auditor's family, cut off his head. The words pour out in a torrent of wounded pride. A dark-haired man in a suit passes through, cold and unbothered, out of my way. And behind them, a third figure in a suit observes quietly, her potential is on par with mine, if not more. The plans are multiplying. The danger is escalating. A brown-haired boy in a vest and white shirt makes his own calculation. As master of knightly techniques, he will act immediately. He will make him pay. Behind a door, a red-haired masked figure lurks in shadow, the crunch of something unseen punctuating the tension. Then a casual, completely disarming voice from a dark-haired man seated nearby. What's up? The contrast between plotting assassins and someone saying what's up is the most terrifying thing in this chapter. Chloe sits at a wooden table, gnawing on her fingers, spiraling. She's running through the logic of something Geomma said or didn't say about size, about preference. Her expression cycles from anxious to determined to something alarming, I'm going to kill. Geomma gently reminds her that she drew her knife first. A pop. She snaps out of it, hi Geomma, what's the matter? He stares at the knife still in her hand. Please put it down, he says, please. A red-haired woman in a dark suit delivers the update with controlled tension. He's hospitalized, no physical injuries, but the details are sparse. The dark-haired man across the table stiffens. He cut the person himself, didn't think they were fragile enough to break from just that. His guilt and contempt wrestle each other behind his eyes. He'd better not be planning anything funny, he warns. The red-haired woman asks for the hospital name. The air between them is razor thin. The red-haired boy in a hospital gown turns, and there's a figure in a black suit he didn't invite. How did you find me? His voice breaks between anger and fear. The suited figure surveys the private hospital suite with mild appreciation. Loaded, he remarks, and then reaches out to pat the boy's head. The boy's expression cycles through confusion, humiliation, and rage in roughly 2 seconds. This is not the confrontation he rehearsed. The dark-haired man stares at the red-haired masked figure and asks himself the question, is he here to finish me off? Then, shing, clack, the masked figure is peeling an apple with unsettling proficiency. Why is he so good at peeling an apple? The thought is frantic, bewildered, terrified. And then the masked boy looks up and offers it calmly. If you don't have an appetite, you should at least eat some fruit. The absurdity of this moment is almost worse than a threat. Step, a shadow moves forward and the red-haired boy's fury surges. Bastard, how dare you pity me? His hand twitches, I can end him right here. But the suited figure stops him cold with 5 words: "If you're thinking about revenge." He lets the sentence hang, then completes it: "He'll wipe out the entire family." It's not a threat. It's a demonstration of what Geomma apparently said with absolute calm. The red-haired boy goes still. Bang, crash. The red-haired masked figure is on the ground, surrounded by broken plates, spirit utterly hollow. A voice observes without emotion. He barely had any fight left in him. His spirit was thoroughly broken. And Geomma, stepping through the debris in a formal suit, acknowledges the truth quietly. The bluff worked like a charm. He threatened to destroy the auditor's entire family. He couldn't actually do that, but the boy on the floor believed him completely. Under a full moon, Geomma thinks clearly about the reality of his situation. The auditors are the greatest assassin family in the world. He can't take them all on, not with a blessing that lasts only 30 seconds. So, avoid killing anyone. That's the plan. But standing in the moonlit dark, he feels it with certainty. He is right at the center of every anomaly in this story. And somewhere nearby, a teal-haired girl watches him with quiet, unresolved concern. I think I might finally be losing it too. Geomma walks under the night sky, muttering about Rachel. Her flirtatious game route is the longest in the entire story, and he absolutely did not want to get tangled in it. He needs to focus. Midterms. A reliable weapon. 30 seconds is not enough. The moon watches him check his phone and calculate his next move, while Rachel's grinning face surfaces in his thoughts, uninvited and thoroughly inconvenient. Midterms, a group examination. Teams versus monsters, and the objective is cooperation, not individual glory. Inside the transport vehicle, students react with everything from boredom to screaming excitement. An orange-haired girl notes the difficulty. A dark-haired boy in a hoodie shouts "WHOA." Then the image of a merman appears, fish head, human body, and suddenly the light-hearted banter fades. These creatures are real. The island is waiting. And whatever lives inside that dungeon hasn't been warned about Geomma yet. Geomma sits on a stone bench beneath a moonlit sky, turning everything over in his mind with practiced calm. Mermaids, demonkin, yes, but barely a threat compared to what else roams this world. Nearly a month of peace at the academy. He almost lets himself believe it will last. And then, flash. The night cracks open. Basmon, the 6th Legion commander. That name alone sends shockwaves through the battlefield as a shadowy figure tears across the ceasefire line. Someone screams for Lord Lycan. Then a blue-haired warrior roars a single name, Sieg. The world erupts, swirling energy, chaos. Whatever fragile truce existed, it's gone. A week of blood-soaked battle, 3 lives lost, and in the end, victory barely. Geomma sits in a stark tiled room, processing the cost of that so-called peace. His expression is grave as he turns the numbers over in his head. The 1st Legion commander alone extracted that price from the strongest humans alive. What does that make the Demon King? Geomma scrolls through his phone calendar, dates highlighted like countdown timers he can't ignore. War is coming, but that's future, him's problem. Right now, midterms loom and he has 0 friends to form a group with. He stares at the screen, jaw tight. He's known at the academy. Time to use that. Quiet days are officially over. A week later and not a single person has approached him. Geomma sits in the meeting room looking like he's bitten into something sour. Then flashback, ///, a scream, someone fleeing in terror. He winces. Maybe he overdid the intimidation. He covers his face with one hand and accepts the brutal truth. He has never, not once, been good at fitting in. Then Geomma spots Chloe, same situation, no group, sitting alone with that cheerful front she always puts up. He asks if she's okay. She beams and says she's fine as long as she has him. Something warm cuts through the self-pity. He proposes they team up. She agrees instantly, enthusiastically, no hesitation. Just like that, they're a group of 2. And then Rachel. The blonde girl with the pigtails materializes at the top of the staircase like a force of nature, announcing she's back to play. Geomma's expression drops immediately. He tells her he's busy. She ignores this completely. Background students murmur. Geomma shakes his head. Of all the people to crash his carefully maintained solitude. Rachel apparently cannot hear the word no. She leans across the table and cheerfully drops it. Join her group for midterms. Geomma's response is flat, immediate, and absolute no. She grins like he said yes. He realizes with dawning horror that she ignores everything he says. The wooden stairs behind them might as well be the walls closing in. Rachel points at him with a mischievous smile and insists he join, because apparently everyone else is boring. He fires back that he's already committed to Chloe. She tilts her head like that's interesting news, not a rejection. Then he spots Chloe behind the counter, watching this entire disaster unfold, and he feels the trap close around him from both sides. Yuna flashes a peace sign, declares there are 2 open spots, and announces this like she's doing everyone a favor. Geomma nods slowly they'll join. Chloe watches with concern creasing her brow. Then comes the question no one asked out loud but everyone was thinking, who's the group leader? Geomma's expression shifts. Careful, measured, serious. The answer lands like a dropped weapon. Leon Van Reinhardt. Geomma stares at Yuna's phone, his reaction represented by one enormous red question mark. Then it sinks in fully, completely, catastrophically. He sits alone at a desk and trembles, muttering that all he has ever done in life is cut fish. Not fight legendary protagonists. Cut fish. Geomma can handle being tangled up with the heroines, uncomfortable, yes, but manageable. Getting pulled into the orbit of the male protagonist. That's a different catastrophe entirely. The blonde girl smiles like nothing is wrong. The dark-haired boy in the suit stares at the wall and watches the original storyline shatter in real time. The name has already been submitted. No way out. Geomma grits his teeth and admits, for the first time in his life, that he has genuinely wanted to cut a woman down. Chloe appears beside him immediately, red hair and wide eyes, asking what's wrong. He catches himself, explains he just feels out of his depth among star-class students. She doesn't hesitate. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him no one in that class is stronger than him. The group meeting is set for 6 at the cafe in the central building. Chloe reminds him with cheerful precision while they walk. She's already internally renamed Rachel as the blonde. He checks the time and realizes they need to move. The cafe's grand interior buzzes with soft chatter as they prepare to step into the most socially complicated evening of Geomma Kang's new life. Chloe orders the giant green smoothie and practically glows with delight. Geomma orders the cheapest thing on the menu, an espresso, and immediately regrets it. The menu prices are criminal. He sits across from her beaming enthusiasm with a small bitter cup and all the dignity he can muster. Then his phone vibrates. Rachel. Of course it's Rachel. 5 minutes late and Rachel's already texting. Geomma taps his phone with a look of controlled suffering. Then the meeting room door opens. Rachel sweeps in with a drink in hand, blonde hair perfect, accompanied by a short blonde boy in a suit. She apologizes cheerfully and says she had to collect people. Everyone turns to look. The black-haired boy and red-haired girl trade a glance. An orange-haired boy catches Geomma's eye and calls him a delinquent, which earns a genuinely confused look. Geomma introduces himself formally, extends his hand. The other boy shakes it and says Geomma's subspace battle was impressive, he's glad to have him. Something cautious and real flickers between them. Not friendship yet, but not nothing either. Leon Van Reinhardt sits at the head of the table and suggests they introduce themselves. He goes first, name, class, group leader, and does it with the natural confidence of someone who has never once questioned whether people would follow him. The dark-haired boy stares. The orange-haired boy stares. Even Chloe stares. The man is unfairly handsome and everyone in the room is aware of it. Geomma expected Leon to be theatrical. He wasn't quiet, focused, done. Chloe introduces herself next, bright and textbook perfect. Then comes the moment a character across the table sputters, alarmed, asking if that's his Geomma. Rachel watches with the quiet satisfaction of someone who engineered this exact chaos. The introductions are a disaster wrapped in pleasantries. Geomma introduces himself wolf class, same as Chloe, and cuts straight to business. Let's begin. A laptop opens. A bzing sound fills the room as Scopuli Island appears on screen. One student mutters that this is awkward. Geomma ignores this completely. The exam is real. The island is real. And the creatures on it aren't going to wait for anyone to stop being uncomfortable. The briefing sharpens fast. The island is real, not simulated, not safe. Physical injuries from monsters are entirely possible. Their group has been assigned to the northeastern coastal area, Mermaid Territory. The blonde boy at the laptop zooms in on the map. His expression doesn't waver. Around the table, serious faces. Urgent faces. Nobody in this room is making jokes anymore. Leon addresses the room's concerns one by one. Instructors have surveyed the area in advance. No interstudent combat, disqualification for those who cause it. A red-haired student exhales slowly. The tension doesn't disappear, but it reshapes into something manageable. Then Leon slides a folded note into someone's hand with a slight private smile. The meeting is over. Something else is beginning. Everyone else has filed out. Geomma sat in the corner, and now he's the last one left alone with Leon. He feels it immediately, the awkwardness, the need to leave. He stands. Then Leon says, "Hey," one word, simple. And then, "Geomma, where are you from?" The cafe goes quiet around them. That question sits in the air like a blade that hasn't dropped yet. Geomma stares across the sleek table at Leon Van Reinhardt's blue eyes. He's been asked about his origins before, but this feels different. Not casual small talk, something deliberate beneath the surface. His mind races as the answer sits unspoken in his chest. A dark-haired character beside him watches with open confusion. Geomma manages one word, "Huh." Leon's gaze is unreadable. Nationality would have been a simple question asked during introductions. He waited. He waited until they were alone. Geomma's mind locks onto that detail and won't let go. Don't tell me, he thinks. The woman with the long blonde hair watches from across the table, following every word. Leon pauses and then says sorry for the strange question. Leon waves it off. Never mind, forget he asked. He turns to leave, and Geomma, without thinking, reaches out and grabs his shoulder. Leon stops. The moment stretches. Geomma's internal monologue screams at himself. He stopped him without thinking, but the unease would have kept him up all night. He opens his mouth. He asks where Leon is from. The blonde boy turns with a playful smile and announces, "I'm German." The word hits like a thunderclap. Geomma goes pale. What the hell, he thinks, the clack of Leon's fingers snapping echoing in the sudden silence of his mind. German. In a Korean fantasy game world. Geomma stares. The meeting room sign is visible behind them, and everything he thought he understood about this story starts to unravel. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe. Geomma sits with that thought and slowly dismantles it. Who's to say he's the only person transported into this game world? And if anyone else were transmigrated, wouldn't it make more sense for it to happen to the protagonist? A dark-haired character sits across from him, arms folded, contemplative, and a shing cuts through the quiet. He's seen it again. The vision, just like before when his blessing activates and his concentration sharpens, he sees something that shouldn't be visible, a voice rendered as light. The dark-haired boy grips his hair in frustration, the bright streak catching shadow. It's connected to Leon somehow. He knows it. He just can't prove it. Not yet. Leon admits even a professional actor couldn't have performed so naturally. The dark-haired boy searches for a wiki page on Leon. Nothing. Not a single entry. The character slouches in a chair, frustrated, declaring this will be the last time he gets tangled with another named character. Then the green-haired girl with glasses appears, asking if he's been visiting too often. Nobody in this story will leave him alone. The green-haired girl leans against the table and asks when they're running off together, grinning with complete sincerity. The black-haired boy taps his chin and tells himself not to overthink. Then, a holographic screen materializes, displaying his blessing of the blade god progress data with a sharp zing. He stares at the numbers over his plate of food. 40 seconds isn't enough, but he's getting closer. Geomma stares at his synchronization value ticking upward and tries to understand why. All he's done is spend time near those siblings, Chloe and her brother. Could proximity to them be accelerating something? He hates not understanding his own abilities, and he has no one to ask. Then, a notification. Blessing of painlessness activated. His eyes go wide. What does that mean? 40 seconds. He stares at the number with a dagger in his hand and laughs genuinely, helplessly. He doesn't even know why it makes him happy, it just does. And time moves forward, D4. Then the group is together, tactical gear on, blonde hair catching light, someone laughing about something stupid. The countdown is real. The exam is coming. And Geomma Kang is somehow ready. D2, D1. The numbers tick down like a heartbeat quickening. Then a blue orb of energy drops from above, releasing a faint, dangerous glow. A figure in blue tactical gear grips a sword and launches forward. Dash. Spiky black hair. Focused eyes, sweat at his temple. The arena gleams beneath him like a mirror waiting to reflect something decisive. D-Day, midterms. The words blaze across a blue sky as students flood the training grounds in silhouette. Geomma stands in his fitted black suit, eyeing the swirling subspace gate with the expression of a man who has made peace with chaos. He calls out over here. The group assembles, Rachel in white and blonde perfection, orange hair, dark mini dress, small sword. Rachel grins and asks what kept him. He doesn't answer. Geomma arrives slightly late and apologizes to Leon and Chloe, who greet him with a simple hey and a bright good morning respectively. Then someone notices the weapon another character is carrying and goes dead silent. Doesn't he have another armament? The question hangs. Chloe tilts her head. Leon says nothing. It's a small detail. But in this world, small details have a way of becoming survival critical. The blonde girl with the pink glove reveals her armament isn't decorative. It's one of the very few S-tier healing armaments in existence. The dark-haired boy's skepticism evaporates. Then a muscular, bald instructor steps forward and addresses the assembled students with absolute authority. You are novices. Prioritize safety over grades. The arena hushes. It's not a suggestion. It's a warning. The purple-haired instructor lays out the final rules. Injured or forfeiting, contact your designated instructor immediately. Then the countdown begins. Chloe tugs at her suit and mentions mermaids. She knows they're supposed to be on Scopuli Island. She knows the instructors have already checked and she still can't stop worrying. The boy beside her tells her to stay focused. The gate opens. Everything gets real. A red-haired boy mentions reports from his hometown, demons appearing outside dungeons, beyond the boundaries anyone expected. Then the muscular man in the yellow vest gives the order. Proceed into the gate. The glowing portal crackles ahead of them. Chloe steadies herself. She looks at Geomma, squares her shoulders and says it quietly. She believes in him. They step forward together. Then Geomma's voice cuts through the dark and everyone reacts at once. Leon goes alert. Chloe's head snaps up. 5 figures in black suits stand in a dimly lit area, one holding a sword. Fragmented words. Rachel, do whatever it takes. He's calling me. Leo, Chloe, something has gone wrong. Something has already gone wrong. Chloe opens her eyes in a dark cave, sword in hand, disoriented. The ground rumbles. The boy in the black suit beside her asks if she lost consciousness. Her eyes are wide and red-tinged, and she realizes there's no signal. No way to reach the instructors. They are inside rock, inside dark, inside alone, and something nearby is getting louder. From the water, MER. Just that fragment of sound and then it rises. A mermaid. Flowing hair, ethereal form, gliding upward from darkness with impossible grace. Someone shouts the word like an alarm. 3 students freeze. Splashing chaos erupts around them, and one among them lifts a sword, plants their feet, and stares the creature down without a single step backward. Geomma and Leon stand on the beach at Scopuli Island, the calm deceptive against the weight of what's coming. Leon makes a joke about motion sickness. Geomma doesn't quite smile. The water is too still. The air is too quiet. And then, done, a fish creature surfaces nearby, visible and wrong. The beach stops feeling like a beach. It starts feeling like a hunting ground. The first merman is smaller than expected, almost laughably small. The blond boy in the vest explains this is nothing. The ones ahead are mature. Geomma grips his dagger and almost feels silly. He tells himself he'll hang near the back of the group, conserve his blessing, free ride through the opening. The group moves off the beach and into the trees. The forest swallows them whole. Chloe drops from the trees without a sound, having scouted ahead by leaping through the canopy to avoid detection. The blond boy blinks. The black-haired boy blinks harder. She stands among them like she materialized from the forest itself, sword ready, and tells them what she found. She asks her this with total composure. The forest presses in around them. Whatever she discovered, it's not small. Chloe describes a den half a mile ahead, surrounded by dense rock and foliage. The group approaches and sees it for themselves. One person asks, "Is this it?" "Yes." Then the rumble begins, deep, rhythmic, coming from inside. And in the dark beyond the entrance, eyes, dozens of them. Someone counts under their breath, at least 50 of them in there. The tension becomes something physical. Geomma turns the situation over methodically. Clearing the den guarantees points first blood in the student rankings. But one injury inside that cave means no rescue, no signal, no help. It's Leon's call. The group waits. Geomma exchanges a glance with the light-haired character beside him, who mutters something about the weight of being a healer. The decision hangs over all of them. Leon makes his decision with the casual confidence of a man who's never doubted himself once. He's issuing orders from the center, "Easy job," he says, with a relaxed gesture. Rachel gets her assignment directly from him. The dark-haired boy watches and thinks. He's decided, just like that. No hesitation. No second guessing. Whatever is inside that den, Leon's already chosen to walk toward it. Chloe moves first. Long blonde hair trailing, sword raised, thump. She's already in motion before anyone finishes drawing breath. Swing. BZZZT. Her blade cuts through the darkness with impossible precision, energy crackling off the edge in arcs of light. Then blast. The cave entrance erupts. The boy with the glasses watches from behind, expression locked. This is Chloe Auditor at full force, and she is terrifying. KRIEK. The fish creatures scatter, wide-eyed, screaming. But Chloe is already airborne, white garment flowing, dark hair pulled back, glowing weapon raised, and she lands among them like a blade, God's answer to every one of their 50 pairs of eyes. Slash. The chaos peaks. The den erupts. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Geomma watches the woman he promised to protect and wonders if it's the other way around. Leon doesn't hesitate. He turns to Rachel and gives her the most terrifying job description imaginable: destroy everything. And Rachel, she doesn't even blink. A confident smile, a single French word of agreement, and her dual-bladed weapon sings free of its sheath with a sound that cuts through the rumbling air like a promise. The ground shakes beneath them. What comes next will not be pretty. Rachel begins counting. 6, 7, 9, 11. Each number marks another creature falling as her glowing device detonates through the swarm of bulging-eyed monstrosities. FWEEP. Boom. Wham. The explosions cascade across the battlefield in rapid succession, and the carnage is methodical, almost beautiful. By the time she reaches 22, the battlefield is unrecognizable. This is not chaos. This is Rachel Demuret running the numbers. 25. The blonde-haired fighter shouts it with a manic grin, covered in the aftermath of an explosive battlefield. Geomma watches in stunned disbelief, mouthing a quiet wow. Then something shifts. A red-haired warrior steps forward, sword blazing with an energy labeled the blessing of the cat, its glow impossibly bright. He charges without hesitation, blade surging forward, and then a single, resonant clunk echoes across the shattered ground. The red-haired fighter crouches low on rocky terrain, counting silently 8, 10, 43, 45, as fish creatures with razor claws circle him like a tightening noose. Their blades slash downward with a slit. Explosions boom and crash in every direction, and the blond man in the suit watches with wide, worried eyes, voice cracking because the creatures aren't stopping. At this rate, they're going to overwhelm them all. Rachel stands her ground, hair flying behind her like a battle standard, weapon raised against a threat that makes the ground itself tremble. Rumble. The red-haired fighter beside her grips his weapon tighter, expression carved from pure determination. Then the massive creature launches its attack, boom, and the shockwave tears through everything around them. Rachel doesn't flinch. She was already moving. A monstrous set of jaws lunges forward, and Rachel meets it with a smile. Her hand ignites with glowing energy, radiating fierce, almost playful confidence. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter pivots with a swish, deflecting a blow with blood already staining his weapon. Rachel teases him about getting faster. He fires back, he got that kill. She laughs. Even here, drenched in carnage, these two are competing. They leap free of the chaos, leap, and for one brief moment the battlefield gives way to open air and a calm sea under a starry sky. The blonde figure exhales. Phew. The dark-haired character beside him notes the relief, observing that maybe worrying about those two was unnecessary. All 60 targets secured. And as fish drift peacefully below the surface, someone says what everyone is feeling, trust them, they're the team. Time to go. The dark-haired boy in the sleek black suit watches Leon from a distance, thinking quietly. Something about the way he operates, decisive, unhesitating, makes it clear this world is exactly where he belongs. The blonde beside him muses with a smirk that maybe the nationality question really was just a nationality question. Then, blast. An energy discharge splits the air, and whatever reflective moment they were having ends immediately. Then they see him, Leon covered in blood, barely standing. The group's breath catches, wide eyes, open mouths. A boy in a suit looks like he might collapse just from the sight alone. Then splash water erupts from the surface with violent force, and rising from within it, wreathed in swirling waves and radiating something ancient and wrong, is a Demonkin mermaid. The name hangs in the air like a death sentence. Disbelief shatters through the group like glass. The blonde girl demands to know why this area wasn't surveyed. The orange-haired boy stammers, a mermaid, how? The anxious one mutters that things were going too smoothly. The calm boy in the blue suit cuts through the panic with 2 words, run or fight. One wounded character admits they can't do either. And through it all, Geomma's dark eyes are already calculating, because someone has to. Chloe takes command instantly. Her red hair, her drawn sword, her voice cutting clean through the panic, evacuate nearby students, call the instructors, move now. The blonde character scrambles to comply, but Geomma hesitates, asking what will happen to her. Chloe's expression doesn't waver. Tap. Leap. She's already in motion before the question finishes, leaving his lips. She is not asking permission. She never does. Geomma turns to Rachel. Weapon, he says. The small fries are hers. Rachel's face goes from calm to alarmed in an instant, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. But Geomma is already walking forward, explaining with quiet conviction. He has never liked cutting small fish. There's no satisfaction in it. Then he says the line that makes everything click. This is his specialty. The Demonkin mermaid is his. Geomma stares down the difference in power between demons and humans and doesn't flinch. Even with the blessing of the blade god, he acknowledges quietly, victory is not guaranteed. A single basic attack from this creature neutralized Leon, the protagonist of this world, in one blow. In the game, Demonkin required a full party. Here, right now, Geomma is alone, and yet he grips his weapon tighter. He's already past the point of no return, and he knows it. 40 seconds before backup arrives. 2 weapons in hand, a short knife and his sashimi blade. The ground rumbles beneath his feet as he steadies himself, thinking one singular thought with the calm of a man who has spent his entire life with a blade in his hand. He needs to cut down that wretched fish. Everything else can wait. He says it quietly, activating the blessing of the blade god. His white-streaked dark hair catches the light as his eyes sharpen into something beyond focus, something close to hunger. Then the tone shifts entirely, almost relaxed, almost nostalgic. It's been a while. Let's slice up some fish. Title card. Slash. The Demonkin mermaid SCREAMS. And the blonde girl nearby looks like she just witnessed something she cannot explain. Rachel grits her teeth, the battlefield erupting around her in flashes of crash and BZZT. She ignites her weapon and screams at the smaller creatures to get out of her way. A massive shadowy presence pushes back against her with terrifying force, and the blast that follows lights up the entire area. But Rachel's expression never breaks. Determined, focused, burning. Off to the side, the blonde character watches helplessly, his mind torn. He wants to provide buffs, wants to help, but after witnessing what Geomma did in the subspace duel, he now understands the gap between them. All of his energy is being spent keeping Leon stable, who is recovering slowly. He watches the dark-haired boy in the black suit stride forward with his sword raised, and can do nothing but witness what follows. The Demonkin mermaid moves like water given malice, long purple-streaked hair, magical energy crackling off every motion, a weapon swinging with lethal grace. BZHING. Blast. Geomma watches, calculating. The creature primarily uses water-type ranged magic, dangerous from a distance. But the key word, he tells himself quietly, is flesh and bone. Everything made of flesh and bone can be cut. He begins to close the distance. And cut it. He declares those 3 words with the certainty of a verdict. The blue energy blade sweeps forward, slash, and connects. The Demonkin reacts with wide, stunned eyes, purple energy erupting from the impact. A man in a black suit nearby barely catches what happened, his own leap bringing him a split second too late to intervene. Then, SPLUSH, water and power collide, and the world holds its breath. KIII. The Demonkin screams as a blast tears through the air around it, purple energy radiating outward. The worried blonde man watches in shock. Then the mermaid moves, elegant, terrifying, long-scaled tail and flowing hair as it repositions with a SHINK that suggests something precise and deadly. The battlefield is chaos, and somewhere in the middle of it, Geomma is still pushing forward. Thud, he lands hard. Too shallow, he already knows it before the word forms. Leap, splash. He breaks the surface and comes up cursing under his breath, darn mermaid. It's moving in ways he cannot predict, slipping through water with an instinct he can't match with observation alone. He cannot read its movements at all. And every second he wastes, his team is in more danger. He vows to act faster. The dark-haired fighter presses forward, SLASH, slit, his military black outfit slicing through the tension with every strike. The light-haired boy beside him watches, asks if he's good. A pause. Then a quiet confirmation, yeah, all right. Geomma doesn't look back as he says it. I'm counting on you. 3 words carrying the full weight of trust in a moment where there is no room for anything else. The orange-haired boy with the spiked hair cannot help himself. He shouts it out loud. He's so cool. Genuine, unfiltered admiration for the white-streaked, dark-haired fighter cutting through the battlefield. And as the group shares a rare moment of levity amid the carnage, the orange-haired boy reveals why he asked to join this group in the first place. He's searching for a real hero. Looking at what's unfolding in front of him, he may have just found one. The dark-haired boy in the dark school uniform responds flatly. Even if someone offered to make him a hero, he wouldn't want it. The orange-haired boy shoots back with a smirk. Sorry, but you're probably not cut out for it anyway. Their banter breaks for only a moment before a dark figure speaks up and then FWOOM. BOOOM. Purple energy detonates. Whatever was funny about this conversation just exploded. Geomma dodges barely. A glowing sphere whizzes past him with a swish, and he realizes in the same breath that it was homing. Homing. He barely finishes the thought before the demonkin with long dark hair and a twisted grin summons another surge of dark energy, screaming with what can only be described as delight. Boom! The shockwave is enormous. Geomma's next move will determine everything. 200 meters. Geomma burns across the battlefield like a streak of dark lightning, energy trailing behind him as the purple-skinned demonkin prepares to strike with a SHWIP. The blonde girl screams Kaya, her composure cracking. The orange-haired boy watches in wide-eyed shock. FWASH. Geomma moves again, impossible speed cutting angles that should not exist. The demonkin is enormous and ancient, and he is closing the gap. Don't tell me. The orange-haired boy's face drains of color as the thought crystallizes into horror. Has it been after them all along? Pink claws flash through the air. The purple demonkin looms impossibly large, its aura suffocating. Geomma connects, but the voice in his own head cuts harder than the blade. Again, too shallow. No matter how fast he moves, he cannot find the depth he needs. The purple demonkin's body warps and screams at him. He can't just keep collecting arms all day. It seems to howl in monstrous fury. BZZT. Blast. Energy tears across the mountainous landscape as the confrontation scales outward, bigger and more destructive with every exchange. KRRR. The sound of something ancient and dangerous gathering itself. Whatever Geomma has been doing, it's about to escalate beyond anything calculated. Kaboom! The explosion rings across the hillside. Instructor Kim, dressed in black with a high collar, turns sharply at the sound. Beside him, a blue-haired girl with wide eyes points and shouts, "Look over there," a massive noise. It went like kaboom. Kim stays composed, suggesting it might be lightning. Rain begins to fall, soft drip sounds contrasting sharply with the devastation just over the ridge. He tells her to grab her things. They're leaving. Return to the academy. Immediately. The order cuts through the air without room for argument, delivered by the dark-suited fighter amid cracked walls and debris. Then something strange. The fish creatures, the bulging-eyed horrors that would not stop, begin to flee, eyes wide with fear. The blonde girl with the weapon stands ready, confused. Why are they running? The answer to that question is more frightening than the creatures themselves. 30 seconds, not one critical strike. Geomma grinds through the frustration internally. He had to keep watching out for the others, and it cost him every clean opening. Then the cave collapses from the mermaid's own magic, burying it under rubble. Did it die? He already knows the answer. Of course not. Something like that does not die from falling rocks. Boom. Then, somewhere in the distance, someone screams Rachel's name. The orange-haired boy pulls back from the smaller threats and hands weapon and Leon's safety to the dark-suited ally. Then he turns to the battlefield and goes still. Because what he is watching, one person, alone, holding their own against a demonkin, should not be possible. He whispers it to himself. This could be a historic moment unfolding before my eyes. 10 seconds left. The purple-haired demon grins. Blast. Geomma stands in the red-soaked air of the battlefield with his katana raised and his dark eyes narrowed. The energy around him crackles with blue light. His expression carries something beyond determination. It carries absolute clarity. He speaks 2 sentences that function as both challenge and declaration. Come at me. I will cut you. And then the scene cuts because what happens next will define everything. Somewhere through a dense, rain-soaked forest, a figure with bright red hair runs like his life depends on it because someone else's life does. Tap, tap, tap. His legs are screaming, on the edge of giving out entirely. Every blessing he has is being burned just to maintain speed. He cries out to keep himself moving faster, don't stop, while somewhere behind him, Geomma is alone with a demonkin. The red-haired runner's mind goes to Geomma as he sprints, the strongest person he has ever encountered, and yet always reluctant to fight, always finding another way. Which means if Geomma drew his blade for this, the situation must be beyond desperate. A close-up of piercing eyes. A figure with his back turned, restrained by circumstances. The runner asks himself the only question that matters. Did Geomma have a choice? An explosion rips through the distance. The red-haired fighter freezes, katana gripped tight, rain pouring down around him. His eyes go wide, an explosion. He steels himself and begins to run again, voice dropping to something raw and desperate. He's begging now, the words barely making it through the rain. "Please, Geomma, stay alive." Then his footing gives wobble and the forest floor rushes up to meet him. He cannot fall, he cannot stop. The dark-haired runner screams it to himself as he pushes through the soaked forest, voice cracking, "I have to find someone, anyone, please." Then something ahead, multiple presences. He shouts into the dark, voice hoarse. And the red-haired figure already senses it before he finishes. Merman, right in the path between him and help. Of course. MERMEN. The red-haired fighter screams it, pure disbelief, pure fury. Why now? The forest erupts. Clang, a sword locks against his in the dark. But his attacker isn't a fish creature. She has long blue hair, a dark coat, and the combat stance of someone who acts first and identifies later. He barely gets his blade up in time. The chaos on Scopuli Island has just found him. A kick sends him sprawling into the wet ground. The blue-haired fighter delivers a quiet apology that feels more procedural than sincere. The red-haired boy struggles upward, rain sheeting off him. A boy with a brown mask and a dark purple-haired girl look on, confused and concerned. Was that an ambush? The blue-haired girl is already firm. She knows this person, and she is not letting the situation go unanswered. He grips his katana in the pouring rain, eyes wide, drenched and desperate. He calls for help, 2 syllables barely holding together. Another figure catches the name trying to form on his lips. Geomma, Geomma is. And before the sentence finishes, the orange-haired observer's expression shifts from concern to awe. He utters quietly that he doubts he will ever witness anything this astounding again. Whatever is happening out there, it's already legendary. The orange-haired observer with the striking green eyes cannot find the words, so he settles for pure description. Geomma is completely overpowering a demonkin in combat. He is not just moving fast. He is deflecting attacks simultaneously, closing the distance, reading every move with precision that should not be humanly possible. The observer declares it simply. This sight will be engraved in his memories forever. Domination. The word hangs over the battlefield. The serpentine merman stretches its clawed appendages toward the dark-haired boy in the white shirt, enormous and relentless. He dodges with fluid precision that shouldn't belong to someone this outnumbered. The orange-haired girl in the black uniform watches with clenched hands. The blonde girl with the spear stares, mouth slightly open. They discuss it in hushed, disbelieving tones. At this rate, he's really going to defeat the mermaid. All by himself. Weapon, the pigtailed blonde screams it in alarm as a blue energy blast detonates from just off-frame. The orange-haired boy spins to her, "Stay focused. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She admits the slip with a sheepish apology. Then the thought settles in cold and sharp. If that energy blast had connected with her, she wouldn't be standing. Even as spectators on this battlefield, nobody is truly safe. The dark blue-haired boy stands in the rain, sword gripped steady, watching the approach of something massive and grinning. The word doom arrives before the creature does. Then the demonkin mermaid reveals its signature attack, Needle Squall, a barrage of magical projectiles that tear through the rain-soaked air with a sound like XRIIE. The boy doesn't run. He reads it. He positions. And he waits for his moment. He launches forward, swing, dash, FW movement lines blazing around him as he closes the distance with the demonkin in a single explosive acceleration. His expression is not afraid. It is focused in a way that borders on serene. The antagonist braces for impact, features sharp and furious. Water sprays in every direction. Whoosh! The clash of their forces sends ripples outward through the chaotic, flooded battleground. The dark-haired boy weaves through the merman's deadly claws with precision that defies the chaos around him. Boom! The merman's force is enormous, but Geomma finds the angle, finds the gap, and his blade connects with a slash that leaves glowing energy streaks across the creature's scales. The merman reels. He doesn't pause. Determination is written across every line of his face as he prepares for the next exchange. Dark eyes, a sharp gasp, then purple energy surges and something lunges forward with a roar that rattles the air like a physical force. Sharp teeth, wild hair, and a mouth thrown wide open in savage fury. Boom! The black-haired character nearby reacts with wide eyes and a sharp exclamation of shock. This creature is not slowing down, and whatever just happened in that final panel, it lands like a detonation. The monstrous figure rises from the water, long blue hair, sharp teeth, glowing with something ancient and malevolent. The dark-haired protagonist doesn't hesitate. He lunges, sword gleaming, and strikes with a thwack that sends a splurt of impact rippling outward. The creature reacts. The surroundings darken. Then, gulp, something shifts in the atmosphere, and a low VWOOM begins to build. Something bigger is coming. GEOMM, dodge. The red-haired woman screams it with everything she has. A swirling, glowing orb of magical energy churns through the rain toward him. He wants to move. He would if he could. A close-up of his piercing eyes holds something impossible, not fear but calculation pushed to its absolute limit. Then, standing on the surface of the water itself, a quiet FSSSH. And the question that hangs in the air is devastating. He stands with one hand extended toward the shimmering water, SB Lo Ash, as energy surges around him. ZIING. A vibrant collision of blue and red explodes across the background as something powers up inside him, something that connects his past life behind a sashimi counter to this impossible moment on a supernatural battlefield. His eyes go wide, soft disbelief. And then in the darkness, slash. Whatever just happened, it isn't over yet. 3 words, quiet, absolute, final. Geomma's lips part and the declaration falls like a blade, and it shall be cut. His dark hair is damp, his red eyes burning with something beyond determination. This isn't rage. This is clarity. He raises his sword in the darkness, red light streaking the background like open wounds, and the air itself seems to hold its breath. He launches midair through the pouring rain, a glowing blue sigil blazing on the rocky ground below him. 2 words form in his mind, cutting. Magic. Not a spell. Not a technique he was taught. Something forged at the intersection of a sashimi master's precision and a warrior's instinct. The rain falls in sheets. The energy surges. And Geomma commits. The storm doesn't let up. Neither does Geomma. He stands over the bloodied, defeated figure, sword still in hand, suit soaked through, expression carved from iron. The creature on the ground glares up at him with everything it has left. It doesn't matter. Dark red stains the rocks beneath them. The sound of rain fills the silence, SHA, a curtain drawn over the battle's brutal finale. It's over. The body hits the ground with a thud. A purple object rolls away into the rain. Geomma, pale, exhausted, barely standing, lets out a pained grunt. Nearby, Leon and the blonde girl in silver armor stare at the scene, their expressions shifting from dread to disbelief. And then, confirmation. He won. 2 words that carry the weight of everything. A first-year student defeated a demonkin, alone. The brown-haired boy and the blonde girl in white can barely process it, their faces contorted between awe and panic. Then they see the blood, a cough, a collapse. The brown-haired boy screams Geomma's name and sprints forward, because winning and surviving aren't always the same thing. Leon exhales. The blonde character slumped on the ground is alive, barely, but alive. Relief flickers across Leon's face before alarm replaces it entirely. 3 silhouettes emerge from a tunnel entrance, cutting through the rain. Leon's voice drops low, they're finally here. Then the teal-haired girl lets out a shriek, stumbling backward. Whatever's coming out of that tunnel, it's not what anyone expected. The mermaid has been cut into pieces. The girl with blonde hair and cat ears clings to a pale boy, trembling, as the blue-haired student stares down at what's left of the creature. 2 others in dark suits murmur the word mermaid like they still can't believe their own eyes. And behind all of it, the blue-haired boy watches the clinging girl with quiet, irritated disbelief. The group is furious and frightened in equal measure. The teal-haired girl has already contacted the academy. Instructors will arrive within the hour. But that doesn't stop the blonde boy from sneering about priorities or the teal-haired girl from demanding answers. They surveyed this island. They checked everything. So why did a mermaid appear? Nobody has an answer that satisfies. The brown-haired boy pushes for answers, and Leon, orange-haired and smirking in the rain, tells him this is his area of expertise. There's tension in every word. The skepticism is mutual. The trust anything but. Then Leon leans in, the smirk fading slightly. What he's about to say isn't a theory. It's a suspicion that changes everything about what just happened on this island. The blue-haired girl turns it over in her mind. Geomma, a first year, took down a demonkin alone. The brown-haired boy confirms it, and suddenly the folklore her grandfather used to tell her as a child doesn't seem so mythical anymore. The ground is cracked, the atmosphere heavy. Some stories, she realizes, aren't stories at all. The pale blue-haired young man stands alone in a pool of dramatic light, his sharp yellow eyes carrying the weight of every grueling hour he poured into becoming who he is. He fought through hardship. He uncovered his own talent. He clawed his way here. And yet Geomma Kang exists. The power gap between them, he admits to himself, is staggering. Fear, awe, reverence, all three swirling at once. The green-haired girl cradles a glowing object near the gaunt, injured boy, her focus sharp and her expression grave. The academy has been contacted, but Leon is already thinking ahead. Keep the details of this incident quiet, he says. The others press him. Why? The rain keeps falling. And Leon's reasoning, when it comes, is exactly as alarming as the look on his face suggests. A demon showing up here doesn't add up. Leon says it plainly, one hand pressed to his chest, rain blurring the edges of everything around him. The turquoise-haired character goes still. A shadowy figure lingers in the background. Leon doesn't say it as fact, but the possibility he raises sends a chill through the group that has nothing to do with the storm. A demon king spy. Inside the academy. The blue-haired girl in the dark suit wrestles with the implication. For 7 centuries, there's been a truce. Demons have never directly harmed a Mahjong Academy student. There's even a clause threatening war if they do. But the silhouettes filling the background whisper otherwise. She stops mid-thought, eyes wide. Something about this changes everything. The group weighs the possibility carefully. If there's a spy in the academy and Geomma single-handedly defeated a demonkin, then Geomma just painted a target on his own back. The blonde man in the black suit says it grimly, eyes hard. The blonde girl stares into the distance, contemplating. And across the rocky backdrop, the weight of that realization settles over every one of them like the rain. The green-haired girl with braids has an idea. Ask her grandpa, the Blade Emperor. The words land like a thunderclap against a quiet mountain horizon. Silhouetted figures stand beneath towering peaks. Then a cut to warmth. An ornate building bathed in evening light. Curtains flutter. And in a hospital bed, a boy in a white shirt lies smiling softly to himself. For one brief moment, the world is gentle. Geomma wakes up. Sterile ceiling. White sheets. A hospital. He lifts his hand, stares at it, and says the word like it might not be true. I'm alive. Then the memory hits. The mermaid's final attack. A blast of raw magical energy so overwhelming it was utterly unavoidable. He stares at the ceiling with eyes that have seen too much for someone his age and breathes. He replays it, his sashimi knife meeting that thread of magic, slicing clean through it, the spell splitting like a water balloon bursting midair. That wasn't luck. That was something specific, something ancient. He mouths the word quietly in the hospital room, and a buzzing notification pulses around him. His blessing. It answered when everything else failed. A glowing interface materializes before him, synchronization data, percentage readouts, his mind grade now sitting at 4. That's why the demonkin didn't break him psychologically. That's why he could see the thread woven through its magic. And then, flash, A notification triggers just as a green-haired figure bursts through the door and throws her arms around him, screaming his name. Geomma barely has time to process either revelation. The green-haired girl holds him tight, laughing about how terrified she was that he wouldn't make it. Geomma stammers, overwhelmed, while she rummages frantically through her belongings for something she's misplaced, muttering to herself, digging deeper. Then, triumphant, she pulls the item free and holds it out with a bright grin. It's for him. Whatever it is, the relief in the room is almost tangible. On a digital display beside his hospital bed, a katana rotates slowly, Murasame. Its stats glow in the sterile air. The green-haired woman in glasses is practically vibrating with excitement as she presents it. Geomma stares, confused about the informality of the moment. Then she shouts past him at a figure lingering outside, "Stop acting shy and get in here. Someone important is waiting in that doorway." The silver-haired man steps in, distinguished, cane in hand, white suit immaculate. Medea. He bristles at the name immediately, and the green-haired director of Jokwin Academy rolls her eyes at his theatrics. She turns to Geomma and speaks formally, with full weight. The Academy sincerely apologizes for what happened during the midterms. It's a rare thing, an institution bowing its head, and Geomma sits quietly in his hospital bed, absorbing it. The director speaks with quiet iron. She swears on her reputation to find out why a demonkin appeared on that island. The elderly man beside her cuts in, his sharp eyes landing on Geomma. "You saved the students." Geomma responds without fanfare. He just did what he could. But a nervous scratch gives away the weight he's actually carrying. The conversation is careful and precise, like navigating a field of hidden blades. Walking through the academy corridor, the director tells Geomma plainly, what he did was commendable, but the problem may come from within these very walls. She catches herself, apologizes, says he deserves far better than this. Geomma listens. Outside the window, the world moves quietly, unaware. Their footsteps clack-clack, echo through the hallway like the ticking of a clock counting down to something neither of them wants to name. The silver-haired man and the green-haired director stand in a sunlit room, and 60 years of shared history surfaces in a single conversation. She recalls their first meeting, him sprawled on a bench, drawing his sword when she asked him to move. He claims to remember no such thing. She smiles at the absurdity of it, then grows quiet. 60 years at this academy, and somehow the danger has never felt more present than right now. Medea reflects on 7 centuries. The academy has always trained its students, protected them. His voice carries the gravity of generations, but the green-haired woman's response is cut short by a violent shatter. Glass explodes. Something has broken through the window, and the calm of the room detonates into pure panic. The exclamation mark hangs in the air. Whatever just came through, it isn't done yet. Before the midterm exam, the director exercised extreme caution, multiple surveys of Scapulae Island, full awareness that mermaids had been spotted there before. She took every precaution. The older man with the gray beard listens, his brow carved with concern. She went as far as anyone could go, and still, a demonkin appeared. The silence between their words holds questions that neither of them can yet answer. The tension breaks briefly. The director, Medea, pats the silver-haired man Sieg on the shoulder and laughs, apologizing for getting carried away. Sieg's expression sours magnificently. She pivots to the topic of Geomma, "Isn't he amazing?" And her excitement is genuine, almost electric. She nudges the old man, teasing him with a playful kaya, demanding his opinion. Sieg, surrounded by scattered papers, looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. She's seen countless prodigies, brilliant flames that burned hot and vanished like shooting stars. The word genius, she says, has been cheapened. Hero families slap it on any child who shows a flicker of potential. She refused to let even her own granddaughter carry that label. But now Sieg watches the cosmic backdrop and wonders aloud, what if this boy, given time and guidance, reaches something neither of them ever could? Sieg stands in formal cape and suit before a grand window, his whole life compressed into a single phrase, the realm. a destination he's chased his entire existence. Medea stands beside him with quiet confidence. She's staying at the academy. And then, with perfect comic timing, she asks him to help clean up the mess, prompting laughter and a joke about whether the old man is broken. Outside, the academy courtyard bustles on, indifferent. Back on his feet and out of the hospital, the first thing Geomma does is walk straight to the academy forge. What happened at Scopuli Island stays quiet, a secret shared only by those who survived it. He reflects on his classmates laughing together right now and knows that without what he did, that laughter might not exist. The forge looms ahead. Murasame needs reforging, and Geomma Kang has work to do. Chloe appears on the stairs, limping, red hair catching the light, grinning like she didn't just survive a battle on an island full of mermaids. She greets Geomma with complete warmth. He stares at her prosthetic leg in alarm. She waves it off, hurt herself a little, got emergency treatment. Then she straightens up with full theatrical energy. She is an auditor, done. As if that explains everything. And somehow it does. Chloe laughs it off, the battle, the injury, all of it. Geomma reflects quietly. He may have struck the killing blow, but he wasn't alone. Rachel fought Merman. Leon played a role. Other hands were on that battlefield. He asks what he missed while he was hospitalized, and the room shifts, a flashback surfaces, tension bleeds back in. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a question forms about Leon. What exactly is he capable of? The muscular, shaved-headed instructor sweats through his announcement. Class, sit down. Quiet. He has something to say, and the words clearly cost him. As a temporary arrangement, they're getting an additional instructor. Students exchange glances, some confused, some anxious. Then the silver-haired elder appears in the final panel, expression unreadable, presence enormous. Every student in that lecture hall feels the weight of what's coming before he says a single word. Tap, step. The silver-haired man descends the auditorium stairs, shoes crisp against the floor, yellow eyes sweeping the room. Geomma goes cold, sweat forming, voice dropping to a whisper. Is he here? And then someone at the podium breaks entirely, voice cracking on the words, the Blade Emperor. The room erupts in murmurs. Sieg, the strongest human alive, has just walked into their classroom. Chaos in a dim stone hallway. A middle-aged man in a hooded jacket recoils from a violent kick, crash, and crumples, coughing, begging for forgiveness. Then a slap echoes. The man pleads again, I'm sorry, Instructor Kim. The dark-haired figure looming over him is relentless, expression carved with fury. This isn't punishment. This is a reckoning. And whoever this man is, he chose the wrong person to cross. In the darkest corner of an ominous chamber, Elder Claddy faces a silver-haired young man whose purple eyes are crackling with barely contained fury. Dark energy coils in his hand like a living thing. He speaks in clipped, lethal sentences. The 5th Legion commander is furious. And then the words hang in the air, unfinished, as the panel fades to black. To be continued. Whatever the 5th Legion commander wants, Elder Claddy may not be able to refuse. A purple-haired girl holds a syringe to her lips, and the muscular man in gray doesn't hesitate. Slap. Blood. She staggers, stunned. He dares her to apologize again. She fires back, sharp, defiant, pointing out the resource he had and never used. This isn't discipline. This is a power dynamic with teeth. And the way she holds her ground even after being struck tells you everything about who she is. The purple-haired girl with the horn-like hairstyle stands over a cowering dark-haired boy, her expression radiating cold amusement. He flinches, apologizes, and then wham, an explosion of energy. He groans. She barely reacts, checking her shoes for blood with casual disdain. The boy curses her under his breath. She remains unbothered. In this dimly lit space, it's clear she doesn't consider any of this personal. It's simply business. In the shadows, an older silver-haired man with blood-stained lips speaks to a pale pink-haired woman in dark attire. A single student defeated the mermaid alone. She assumes it was Leon. The man shakes his head. Her eyes narrow. He gives her the name, Geomma Kang, the top scorer, the special entrant. She repeats it slowly, like she's deciding what to do with the information. and the darkness around them feels like it's listening. The silver-haired antagonist smirks, dark energy still swirling in his grip, as he watches Elder Claddy with narrowed eyes. Interesting. That's all he says, but the word carries menace. Then the scene pivots to a courtyard alive with cadets counting off in formation. 1, 2, 3, 4. The contrast is brutal, the brightness of academy life set against whatever quiet catastrophe is being plotted in that darkened chamber. The training hall rings with energy. A dark-haired boy in a blue and white jacket counts cadence, arms pumping, while Chloe cheers from the sidelines with a bright thumbs up and absolute conviction. The older man in the green and white athletic outfit barks about speed. The boy pushes harder, and somewhere watching from the outside, a character murmurs that he wishes he were out there too, the longing unmistakable in his voice. The Blade Emperor, long white hair, narrow beard, dark coat trailing behind him, runs alongside a frantic Geomma in the open air, and Geomma wants to know one thing. Why is this old man running beside him? The Blade Emperor, it's revealed, is the strongest human alive, sword mentor to Enos himself during the Second Human-Demon War, a crucial figure in the story's future. And right now, he's jogging beside a thoroughly overwhelmed first year. Geomma pleads mid-sprint go to Leon instead, but the silver-haired man makes clear the storyline has gone somewhere Leon simply can't follow. Leon's title prospects are gone. A well-known incident sealed that fate. Meanwhile, the older man grimaces, deeply uncomfortable with the situation, calling Geomma little better than a foot soldier. It doesn't matter. The Blade Emperor has chosen who he's running beside, and that changes everything. Elder Claddy here, revealed as Sieg, the Blade Emperor, commands the trainees with absolute authority. Stop looking for shortcuts and run. Louder. A young dark-haired trainee screams yes sir with everything he has. Sieg smirks, satisfied. The trainees swarm across the field at his direction, chaos blooming from his single word. And one exhausted cadet stares at the seemingly ageless old man and whispers to himself, does he not age at all? Personal weapons banned from training, effective immediately. Sieg makes the decree and an array of unfamiliar weapons clatters to the ground in their place. Sashimi knives, standard blades, the unglamorous tools of basic mastery. The blonde boy looks skeptical. The dark-haired student holds one up and genuinely asks what it is. Someone raises a hand. Speak, Sieg says. The question forming in the room is one every student is already thinking. A blonde student pushes back. Isn't it more practical to master the weapons they'll actually inherit? It's a sharp question and Sieg acknowledges it. But another student answers before Sieg can, relying on superior weapons stunts growth, not builds it. Sieg shuts it down with quiet finality. Even the finest weapon is meaningless in the hands of someone who lacks skill. The training yard goes still. He means every word. A true master never blames their tools. Sieg delivers it with the weight of a man who has lived that truth across decades of war. The dark-haired boy in the blue and white training jacket nods, not performatively, but with genuine understanding. Sieg presses further. Master the basics and proficiency with your armament will follow naturally. Students who excel with basic weapons score highest in the end-of-year evaluations. Thump. Class is now in session. Chaos erupts on the training ground. The blue-haired and pink-haired trainees shout for each other to move, diving out of the way of something crashing through the field. A dark-haired young man watches it all with careful eyes, thinking quietly. His strength isn't the only thing that's world-class. He anticipated this outcome. And in the background, Sieg watches with sharp, satisfied eyes, because this is exactly what he wanted to see. The training ground hums with anticipation. Students form a semicircle around Sieg, who holds a sword and begins outlining the day's sparring rules, one-on-one in real space, not a subspace simulation. A student with purple hair asks what happens if they get hurt. Another echoes the fear. Sieg answers without flinching. A warrior only truly grows through training that mirrors the dangers of actual combat. The air shifts. Whatever comes next, it won't be safe. And these students are about to find out exactly what that means. The muscular instructor's composure shatters completely. He grips his fist, jaw tight, declaring this the most dire crisis of his entire career, his entire asterisk life. The Mohawk student beside him desperately pleads for mercy, but the instructor's burning gaze locks past him, settling on the trainees gathered behind. And then, with quiet, devastating weight, he speaks one name: Geomma. The silver-haired man with glowing eyes and a sly smile issues a single command: step forward. Geomma. The black-haired boy's eyes go wide, apprehensive but resolute. Around them, the arena buzzes. Spectators gasp at the scrap metal sword radiating light it has no business radiating. The Blade Emperor versus the Blade Demon. The crowd can barely contain itself. On the sidelines, the blue-haired boy seethes, muttering bitterly about why that loser gets any privilege at all. Geomma can hear every word, but his attention is elsewhere. Siegfried, silver-haired and yellow-eyed, turns toward him with quiet authority and asks if he's fully recovered. Geomma's sweat betrays his nerves even as he says yes. Then Siegfried squeezes his sword. Raise your blade. Steel meets steel with a sharp clack. Geomma's mind races even as his body holds firm. His opponent isn't just any instructor, this is Siegfried, the Blade Emperor. A man whose blade work doesn't result in bruises. It results in missing limbs, or worse. And yet, despite every rational instinct screaming retreat, something inside Geomma refuses to back down. The blessing, perhaps, or something older. The scene fractures into memory and shadow. Ghostly voices demand answers from the young swordsman. Why does he hide his strength? What good is talent buried under cowardice? But Geomma isn't hiding. He's remembering. A word carved into his soul by the finest knife master in Korea. Pride. Not arrogance, the kind of pride that never lets a craftsman set down his blade. The Blade Emperor is provoking him deliberately. Everyone else is waiting for Geomma to run. He knows taking the bait will cost him, he knows it. And yet his hand tightens around the hilt with a squeeze that echoes across the training ground. The red-haired girl lunges forward to stop him, too late. Siegfried watches with cool satisfaction. The boy has made his choice. And above Geomma's blade, the blessing of the blade god ignites. The training ground falls silent. Two silhouettes face each other across the dark expanse. One tall and poised, sword in hand, radiating the stillness of a veteran. The other focused, leaning forward, coiled like a spring. From the sidelines, the blue-haired boy watches, frustrated, tense, unable to look away. A whoosh cuts through the silence, and the duel begins. Their blades collide again, clack, and something shifts behind Siegfried's eyes. He knows it now. The narration confirms it, enlightenment of the blade. He's been pulled into a memory, a one-armed wandering knight from his earliest training days. Someone whose blade path defied everything he understood. And now, impossibly, he sees that same path again. Here, in this boy. A white-haired figure moves with fluid confidence in the glowing arena. This is Siegfried's memory given form. The blade's path demonstrated by that wandering knight was undeniably in a different realm of mastery. And since the class placement exam, Siegfried has kept his eye on one student. Geomma, the boy whose blade walks that same impossible road. Siegfried moves through the shadowy training ground with measured intent, his dark green tracksuit worn but battle-ready. His thoughts drift forward with quiet certainty. Perhaps this boy holds the key. Perhaps Geomma is the one who can help him reach something. And then his sword sweeps downward with a swish, energy rippling outward, and that unfinished thought hangs in the air like smoke before a storm. The older man's eyes snap wide, surprise cracking through decades of composure. Because the dark-attired younger fighter doesn't hesitate. He swings in a 200-meter arc, a clang ringing through the ground as blade meets blade. Charging forward without fear or hesitation. His blade path is peculiar. Siegfried observes internally, like a swallow cutting through wind, agile and utterly unpredictable. Steel flashes and clangs and twirls as Geomma presses the attack with stunning force. The instructor, the Blade Emperor himself, is pushed back with ease. The realization hits Siegfried hard. The boy's physical strength is incomparable to what it was before. But even as the older man absorbs that shock, something darker stirs behind his eyes. "My blade," he declares internally, and the sparkle around his sword turns lethal. Among the watching students, confusion spreads like a virus. A dark-haired face contorts in bewilderment. The blue-haired fighter with the jagged scar stares with unnerving intensity, and a light brown-haired bystander in a sports jacket finally gives voice to what everyone's thinking. "I don't get it." The blade path Geomma wields is far from light. It carries a weight these students simply cannot comprehend yet. In the crowd, whispers sharpen into mockery. A brown-haired boy sneers Geomma's subspace win was just a fluke, surely. His opponent was only an ordinal. He's a special entrant, nothing more. Barely capable. He hopes Geomma gets destroyed out there. Ends up crying like a loser. But even as the words leave his mouth, the duel unfolding before him begins to tell a very different story. The mohawked instructor sweats visibly, voice catching in his throat as he questions whether Geomma is simply standing still. A gray-haired authority figure beside him corrects him. They are not standing still. Not at all. The long-haired instructor, Wonbin, is challenged directly. The director won't approve, other students could get hurt. Wonbin dismisses it with measured calm. Does he honestly think he would engage in an actual battle with that boy? The mind plane. That's where this duel is truly being fought. Siegfried's internal voice barely conceals his astonishment. Not only did Geomma enter this mental realm, he withstood the Blade Emperor's strike within it. A conflict of wits, not just weapons, and even within this fleeting, impossibly compressed moment, the boy is still growing, still adapting, still dangerous. A RUUUMBLE shakes the ground. The white-haired swordsman, Siegfried in his prime, raises a sword blazing with aura and levels his gaze at his opponent. "Now then, let's see if you can withstand this." The blessing of the blade phantom activates, erupting with a DOOOOM that splits the air. The blue-haired figure holds his ground, foot planted forward, but the energy bearing down on him is overwhelming. A KATHOOM detonates across the training ground. The blue-haired fighter is flung forward, speed lines screaming around them. Onlookers stumble backward, faces pale with shock. That blue glow is aura, someone screams. Have they crossed into the real world? The silver-haired man's hand crackles with concentrated blue energy as he prepares the killing blow, and the young athlete on the receiving end braces himself for impact. "Stop!" The muscular tank-top instructor charges forward, voice cracking with desperation. "This wasn't part of the plan. If this continues, someone will die." The dark-haired youth crouches into a battle stance, energy crackling from his frame, still ready, still unbroken. But the white-haired man watches with absolute stillness, and the word "you" hangs in the air unfinished, like a verdict waiting to fall. A green-haired figure erupts, fierce, furious, eyes blazing. "What the hell are you doing against a student? Have you lost your mind?" The accusation hits Siegfried like a physical blow. His stern expression barely shifts, but then something unexpected, the anger dissolves. A quiet, almost imperceptible word escapes the old warrior's lips. "I'm sorry, never mind." The mind plane shatters around them. Medea, Academy Director, 7-star warrior, and the woman who bent rules to bring Siegfried here, grabs him by the collar. Get out of her academy if he's gone senile. She went through enormous trouble vouching for him, and he used a blessing against a student. Her voice cracks with genuine fury. Siegfried, for his part, insists it wasn't his intention. She tells him to shut up, and behind them both, Geomma approaches with his sword still drawn. In a dim private room, the confrontation between Medea and Siegfried continues at a lower temperature, but no less intensity. The old man admits it plainly, he lost control. His aura manifested, Medea's eyes narrow. She knows how rare it is for Siegfried to apologize for anything, and yet here he is, sitting across from her, shoulders heavy with something she hasn't seen on him in years, genuine remorse. Siegfried delivers the truth quietly and it lands like a hammer. The boy can already enter the mind plane. Medea's composed expression cracks instantly. What? That's impossible. Siegfried himself couldn't do that until he was nearly 30. Geomma is 17. She collapses onto the couch, overwhelmed, while the old man stares ahead with that cryptic half-thought. Indeed. Unless, of course. Medea screams Geomma's name, raw, visceral panic flooding her voice. Outside, Geomma in his blue athletic suit is already asking if she's okay. But Siegfried's inner voice confesses the truth he cannot say aloud. In the moment their auras collided, his dignity as a 7-star vanished. What he felt toward this 17-year-old boy wasn't annoyance, wasn't competitive fire. It was fear. The memory of Basman, the 6th Legion commander, floods back, and suddenly that fear makes terrible sense. Medea presses Siegfried hard. Does that mean he lost? The old man's pride flares immediately. Absolutely not. No matter how gifted the boy is, he is no match for him. But Medea watches him with sharp, knowing eyes from across the mahogany-furnished room. She doesn't challenge his words. She doesn't need to. The fact that he's sitting here defending himself says more than any concession ever could. Medea adjusts her glasses with devastating composure and delivers a single verdict. That's embarrassing. The old man explodes, "You wretched hag." And then, without warning, a window shatters. A blessing of the blade detonates from somewhere outside with a wham and a whoosh that shakes the entire building. Both of them freeze. The argument evaporates. Something outside just changed everything. Geomma lies on his bed later, staring at the ceiling with the particular quiet of someone who almost didn't survive their afternoon. It turned out fine in the end, he tells himself. That old man sure is competitive. But the casual thought trails off into something heavier. If Medea hadn't intervened when she did, the mind plane encounter might have cost him far more than dignity. He's pretty sure now. That was the mind plane. In the ethereal darkness of the mind plane, depicted as black space traced with glowing blue lines, a woman with long white hair and a sword explains its secrets. This domain can only be accessed under specific conditions. Mastery and comprehension of one's armament, achieved through an entire lifetime devoted to perfecting a single weapon. In the world of blessing of Miracle M, only the rarest of the rare ever set foot here. Geomma sits in thought, the game's lore playing against the impossible reality of his own experience. In the game, it took the main character Leon 3 full years to access the mind plane, and Leon had every protagonist advantage stacked in his favor. So why is it possible for Geomma already? The answer surfaces slowly. Sashimi knives. 2 lifetimes of blade mastery, woven together, his past and present selves, indistinguishable at the edge of a blade. Past lives and present blur together in Geomma's mind, the threads of both existences weaving into something coherent and terrifying. Standing alone in his room, gripping a wooden stick, he makes a decision. Running from his problems only makes them worse. He won't let the situation control him anymore. He'll take it one step at a time. Starting with the mind plane, if he entered it once, he can enter it again. At will. In the dim training space, the blue-haired boy draws his blade and channels something new, the ability to train without activating his blessing. A FSSSH and a ZWG fill the air as the glowing weapon ignites anyway, his focus sharpening. He marks the distance, 200 meters, and then he brings the blade down with a crack that splits the silence. Geomma, watching this from across the moment, has made his own quiet shift. Inside the fragmented chaos of the mind plane, Geomma stands with weapon ready, red and blue light fracturing the space around him. Then a shadow falls. A massive hand descends from above, pressing down toward him. He glances back, expression tightening into something between confusion and alarm. And then the blue light blazes around his frame and a sound tears through the void. Sha. Whatever is coming, it's already here. Geomma snaps back to reality with a whispered question, is this? The vision fades. Outside, under a twilight sky, the real crisis is already boiling. A confrontation unfolds on the rooftops. Someone confronts Elder Chad directly, accusing him of crossing a line. The response is agitation, fists slamming tables. A bang punctuates the argument. Is protocol really what matters right now? Because an enemy beacon has been sent, and these people called enemies received it. In a dimly lit circular chamber, 5 powerful figures gather around a table. The gray-haired man in the purple cape hammers the point. They must investigate Geomma Kang. The muscular figure in the black tank top pushes back. That novice hasn't even manifested his blessing. Another brings up Ekel. The arguments layer and build, thick with paranoia and political calculation. Someone in this room believes Geomma is the hero, and someone else very much wants that belief extinguished. The council's frustration spills into the open. Since the 7 stars entered the academy, their influence has crumbled to dust. Bassenden's defeat made it worse. Now they're treated like worthless forgotten relics. Voices pile on top of each other, raw and desperate. And beneath the grievances, a dangerous consensus begins to form. They need a common enemy. They need to eliminate a hero before that hero eliminates everything they have left. A brown-haired man with stubble and a survivor's eyes lays it out plainly. He didn't go through all this to persuade the council just because of some woman. The 5th Legion commander is furious. The blonde woman named Agar stands in her glittering black outfit, projecting lethal authority. The hooded figure behind her adds the weight of finality. The auditors will see it through. And a thud seals the room into terrible unanimity. If they don't act, death would be mercy. In a dimly lit room with wooden floors, chaos erupts. A stout man in a green shirt stumbles backward, face white with terror, begging for his life. The young man in the black shirt with blue accents grips a gleaming knife Murasame with quiet, controlled intensity. His voice drops low, "Please." The older man hits the floor, eyes wide as dinner plates, swearing in shock. The tension in this room could strip paint from the walls. Inside the smithy, the burly blacksmith throws his hands up in disbelief. 30 years of forging steel, 30 years, and he has never had a blade refuse to be forged. He managed to salvage the shape by melting and reforging quickly, but the truth remains. Murasame snapped with a single strike. Behind them, the glowing silhouette of the failed blade hangs in the air like an accusation. Geomma listens with the focus of a man taking careful notes on a future problem. Geomma examines the knife with practiced eyes. 20 years of blade experience don't lie, and this was forged with real skill. The problem is its grade durability. But the potential is there, the blacksmith insists. Upgrade it enough and it becomes something reliable. As a peace offering, if Geomma brings the materials, he'll refine it at no cost. Then Geomma asks the obvious question, and if it breaks again? A shadowy figure looms in the background. Nobody answers that one comfortably. The deal gets hammered out with the blunt efficiency of 2 people who don't trust each other. Geomma states flatly, he'll retrieve materials from water monsters. The blacksmith reminds him to keep his word. Geomma swears on it. The number lands 10 million won, for half the leftover metal from the original forging. The blacksmith gestures at the broken B-tier sword with a clack. Market rates, he says. The atmosphere smells like a transaction both parties might regret. The blacksmith finally snaps, "You little punk, trying to pull a fast one on me." Geomma responds by raising the shimmering weapon with a calm smirk, mentioning he was wondering how well it performs. The older man flinches hard. He counters, 8 million final offer. Geomma says 10. The blacksmith shouts about real market prices, about not recovering his costs. Geomma doesn't move an inch. Cool, composed, absolutely immovable. Hand it over. The command is short, sharp, and leaves no room for negotiation. The shadowy young man with dark hair and intense eyes holds the shining blade with quiet menace. The burly blacksmith meets his gaze and quietly relents. All right. A thud. The blade changes hands, and behind the transaction, the lore of Murasame hangs in the air, a legendary weapon with qualifications and restrictions that haven't even been fully unlocked yet. Alone in the workshop, Geomma sits with the upgraded knife and takes stock. His armament grade increased, a new feature unlocked. More importantly, the pain is different now. It used to feel like dying. Now it only feels like he can barely breathe. He knows that's still horrific by any measure, but just one upgrade made this much difference. He sets his jaw. After midterms, prioritize further upgrades. Gradual, methodical, like breaking down a fish. Sunlight, a park bench, a moment of almost peace. Geomma sits with his phone, turning over the deepest questions. Perhaps he'll finally understand this power, maybe even find out who dragged him into this world. Then Chloe appears beside him, red hair bright in the afternoon light, scrutinizing his meal with a wrinkled nose. "It's too salty," she announces. Something plops to the ground. He admits he's lost his appetite. She checks if he's feeling better now. Small moments. Enormous warmth. Chloe announces with genuine excitement that her cast is off. She still needs the crutch, but her leg feels stronger than ever. She demonstrates her balance with barely suppressed pride. Geomma watches this and quietly, internally, questions whether she thinks bones work like muscles. A sweat drop. Then he holds up a hand. Wait, she stops. He holds up a piece of rice. The absurdity of it breaks the tension completely, and for one brief moment everything is fine. A red-haired girl fumbles and drops a shining blade with a loud flump. Kaya. She clutches it, flustered. Geomma asks immediately if she's okay. She assures him she caught it. Then the red spiky-haired boy nearby lights up with genuine excitement. Is this her first armament? It looks amazing. The sword gleams between them. But even in the lightness of the moment, someone nearby mutters that they hope it doesn't change her behavior. A small shadow on an otherwise bright scene. On the bench outside, Geomma fills Chloe in. He got some money back from the blacksmith, and free upgrades are on the table if he supplies the materials. Chloe beams. She's seen what he can do with a dollar store knife. With a proper armament, he'll be on another level entirely. Geomma thanks her quietly. Then the thought creeps in unbidden, when he really thinks about it. There's no real reason for him to get stronger. Chloe notices the shift in his face immediately. In the sunlit park, Chloe's expression darkens with a quiet fury that has nothing to do with the weather. She mutters about the blacksmith who damaged Geomma's weapon, about everyone who has been causing him trouble. Her eyes shift, and for one chilling instant the word "kill them" blazes around her irises in pulsing letters. Then she blinks, catches herself, looks up at Geomma with a sheepish, gentle apology. The moment passes, but it was very, very real. Geomma tenses suddenly, scanning the area. He questions quietly whether Chloe sensed what he just did. She hasn't. Before he can process that, a red-haired boy in a disheveled outfit launches at him with explosive force. The boy recovers immediately, expression twisting into irritation. He let his guard down. Geomma is already on his feet, focused, the park's idyllic atmosphere shredding around them like paper. Whatever peace existed here, it's over. The red spiky-haired boy stares at the figure gripping a bandaged sword on the bench, voice breaking on a single word, "Brother." Geomma's senses are already working, no blood smell, no blade drawn, unarmed. His voice drops to something measured and cold as he asks the simple, dangerous question, "What do you want from me?" Chloe peeks from behind him, wide-eyed, and the red-haired boy stands frozen under the weight of that question. His answer could mean everything. The red-haired boy doesn't waste time. He plants himself beside Geomma on the workshop bench, and despite the mischief dancing in his eyes, his tone cuts straight to serious. He knows something that involves Geomma directly, and whatever it is, he's decided to deliver it here now to both of them at once. The words land like a blade between ribs. The Academy's Council of Elders has issued a kill order on Geomma. Chloe doesn't hesitate for a single breath. She steps forward, weapon drawn, putting herself between Geomma and the world. Her face shifts from shock to iron-forged determination. She'll handle it herself, all of it. In a shadowy office elsewhere, a bald man sits at a desk wrestling with the same uncomfortable truth. A kill order on a mere student violates every principle the institution stands for. But the command comes from the council itself. That makes it impossible to ignore. Back in the courtyard, Geomma closes his eyes and clenches his fist. He already knows what this means. The red-haired boy, Chloe's brother, knocks, crosses his arms on the bench, tension carved into every line of his posture. He wraps up his warning with something unexpected. A quiet admission that he came because he was worried about Chloe. That beneath the sharp edges and crossed arms, there's a brother trying to protect his sister the only way he knows how. Chloe's voice drops low, fierce, and final. She tells Geomma in terms that leave absolutely no room for misinterpretation, never to let her get hurt again. Geomma looks up at her, brow furrowed, completely thrown. He wasn't the one who hurt her, but there she stands, looming over him with that unshakable protective fire in her eyes. Nox stands over Geomma with crossed arms and a glare that could strip paint, repeating his warning with absolute gravity. Don't let her get hurt again. Geomma sits there looking genuinely bewildered. He's running the math in his head and coming up blank. He wasn't the threat. He never was. And yet here's this imposing red-haired wall of muscle holding him accountable. Then Nox shifts and asks the real question he came for. How is Geomma so strong? The word strong hangs in the air like a challenge. Because strength, Nox explains, belongs to people who always stand their ground, people like the Blade Emperor. And he clearly doesn't see Geomma as fitting that mold. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Geomma leans back and delivers something genuine and quietly devastating. He tells Nox that no matter how sharp an auditor's skills are in the academy, there are things you can only learn from real-world experience. Stay locked inside these walls long enough and you'll hit a ceiling you can't break through. Then he smirks and announces it's time to dip. In a circular tiered meeting room, Geomma sits alone with his notebook, scrawling urgent thoughts. The Academy's elders are hunting him, a group descended from 5 of the 7 disciples of valor, Joquin himself. Not just powerful within the Academy, powerful across all of society. The silver-haired girl standing nearby emphasizes the word however, like a warning shot. A blonde figure wreathed in dark purple flames burns with fury, the elders blocking everything to protect their own interests. Back in the classroom, Geomma turns that question inward. He's caused chaos, attracted attention, shattered the invisible peace the corrupt 5 maintained. He fills his notebook with their name, then stares at it. So how exactly did he become their problem? The pieces lock into place, and the target isn't just Geomma. It's Leon, the hero candidate. The notes in Geomma's hand confirm it. No matter how well Medea tried to cover the mermaid slaying up, the most powerful figures in noble society know. A stern woman with dark hair and glasses spells it out coldly. An older man in a formal suit can barely believe what's being done to a student. The silver-haired figure at the chalkboard spits the truth without flinching. The elders would sacrifice the entire human race to protect their own privilege. Geomma grips his pen until his knuckles whiten. He could go carve them up right now. The impulse is real, but he pulls back. Not yet. When the time comes, he'll be ready. For now, he writes it all down. The plan takes shape in his notebook: upgrade his armament, raid a dungeon, build a party. Chloe will join if he asks. That's a given. But he needs someone strategic, not just powerful. His hand pauses on the page. A slow realization crosses his face, and he raises a hand with sudden, quiet confidence. He knows exactly who he needs. The Dragon-class classroom should feel like neutral ground. It doesn't. A muscular man with slick-back golden hair crowds Geomma's space the moment he steps inside, cracking his knuckles, calling him a glitter rat, dismissing him as a nobody with no business being here. Geomma's response is 2 words: special entrant. Calm, flat, almost bored. Geomma doesn't even raise his voice. He tells the bully to beat it or he'll restructure that square jaw of his. The blonde man lunges, telegraphed, slow, and before the punch lands, something else does. A pale figure intercepts with devastating precision, a single strike that connects with a thunderous whapow. The bully hits the floor before he knows what happened. Pink hair and dark hair jolt at the crash, students peeking to see if a fight broke out. The answer is yes. The muscle healer with orange hair stares down at the groaning man with academic curiosity, pondering aloud what exactly his chin is made of. Geomma stands with a soda can in hand, already pivoting to the next priority. He's going to need a party, and he's going to need it soon. The red-haired boy stares at Geomma with barely concealed disbelief. He killed a mermaid solo and now he's acting modest. Geomma brushes past it, admits he can't raid dungeons alone, needs at least 4 people for academy clearance. But if the dragon-class connection can smooth things along, that's exactly the kind of leverage worth having. His friend sighs and relents. Fine. The golden-haired boy with a ponytail agrees without much resistance. The Buffalo Dungeon is a classic C-tier pick, solid ground for a group this size. They lock in the destination, Chiorwin. With Chloe as their third, they need one more qualified member to round out the party. The golden-haired boy asks the qualification requirements, and Geomma's expression shifts, already thinking. The two of them settle into a rustic room with drinks in hand and a shared sense of relief. Rachel and Leon are out. The orange-haired boy raises his glass in quiet gratitude. Then the conversation turns practical. They mention someone who might be asleep at this hour, an unlikely candidate, and Geomma's mind is already on the next move. Time to visit a shop. Evening falls and Geomma stands outside a traditional Japanese-style building tucked deep within the academy, a place he never once explored, even when he played the game. A strange feeling stirs in him. He was a chef trained in Japanese cuisine, always dreaming of visiting Japan for research. And now here he stands, in a world that shouldn't exist, staring at something that feels like home. He spots Chloe curled up on the ground, fast asleep, dead to the world. He calls her name. Nothing. He tries again. Still nothing but soft snoring. When he leans over her with something in hand, she finally stirs, blinking awake, disoriented, asking where she is. The urgency in his voice softens into something quieter. He's relieved she's okay. The golden-haired boy grins triumphantly. They have it. Whatever it is, it's secured. Then chaos erupts in an instant. A shadowy figure blurs forward at impossible speed and snatches the item with a sharp snatch. Geomma lunges for the bag. A blue-haired figure explodes into motion, leaping through the frame with a crash that shakes the air around them. And then calm, somehow. Chloe is sprawled on the floor of a warm, cozy room, eating a jelly bar and absolutely reveling in it. So good, she murmurs, eyes half closed in bliss. Geomma watches her for a beat, completely baffled by whatever just happened, then cuts straight to the important question. Does she have any more jelly bars? In the busy kitchen, blades are flying and fish is being prepped with professional precision, and then someone shouts, "I got it." Geomma stands there sweating through his chef's whites, gripping a piece of equipment and practically vibrating with excitement. A phone screen glows with the notification, blessing of miracle, his one joy in a life buried under endless work, and he's been surrounded by nothing but guys. The voice cracks with barely contained joy. She's finally here. The screen reveals Abel, teal hair, fierce eyes, dark suit, radiating absolute confidence. And somewhere nearby, a panicked Nibble stares at the incoming energy with pure alarm. Abel's entrance is the kind that changes the temperature of a room. Then 2 words cut across the chaos. "Hey, you." The scene in the academy room shifts to something lighter, almost deceptively so. Ryojo Saki, aqua blue pigtails framing her sharp eyes, asks about jelly bars with complete casual authority. The narrative context around her cuts deeper. In the world of Blessing of Miracle M, she was once just a background heroine. The main story revolved around Abel and Leon. Everyone else faded away. The story of Abel and Leon fills the frame, standing side by side against fire and darkness, 2 characters whose bond defined an entire game's emotional spine. Geomma remembers. He was so drawn in by Abel's charm that he couldn't stop spending money on the game. He lets out a raw, frustrated groan about it, which makes it funnier and sadder in equal measure. Ryojo Saki stands in her formal black and white outfit, jelly bar in hand, eyes scanning the room with quiet authority. She is the daughter of the Broken Bow, introduced in the game as a 5-star character of staggering value, then gradually sidelined as Abel consumed the entire story. Geomma watches her and recognizes exactly what she is: underestimated, underused, and very, very dangerous. Geomma turns the idea over carefully in his mind. Having used Ryoko in the game himself, he knows her capabilities firsthand, one of the strongest ranged characters in existence and smarter than she lets on. She doesn't play a central narrative role either, which means recruiting her shouldn't ripple through the story. Probably. He repeats that last word to himself. Probably. The uncertainty lingers. Ryojo gets the full briefing from the boy in the chef's uniform. Yes, he knows Geomma. Yes, Geomma came looking for him. Yes, they're building a party for the Buffalo Dungeon run. The blue-haired girl listens carefully, sipping her drink. The chef adds one more detail. Some punk gave Geomma trouble earlier. That gets her full attention. Ryojo pivots hard. She identifies the black-haired man as the one from the subspace duel and locks eyes on him with the precision of someone cataloging a potential asset. Dungeon rewards count toward grades. She doesn't have a reason to refuse, but she looks him over with open skepticism. He strikes her as a slacker. Geomma fires back immediately, rich criticism from someone who was just asleep. Ryojo makes her position clear. She won't team up with someone who won't put in the effort. The red-haired boy beside her visibly wilts under the weight of her words, struggling to even formulate a response. The atmosphere in the formal room straddles the line between comedic and genuinely tense. Nobody grovelizes here, and nobody backs down either. The blue-haired girl digs in. She's not groveling for anyone. Forget it, Geomma says, and turns to leave. And that's when Ryoko speaks the words that stop everything. She remarks coolly that the dungeon must not be that important to them after all. Geomma's hand moves to his blade. A glowing shing fills the air. Nobody walks away from this. Geomma's wrist flicks, and the throwing weapon cuts through the air with a swish before striking the target with a thunderous thwack. Dust and kinetic energy erupt on impact. The blue-haired girl's eyes go wide. A second projectile launches WHIZZ and hits with equal precision. She stands there, mouth slightly open. He didn't say a single word. He didn't need to. Geomma turns to Ryoko with a quiet, almost amused question. Want to see more? She stammers. No. That single syllable from the girl who refuses to grovel. Later, inside a modern room with a laptop open on the table, someone arrives early to find her already prepared. The shift from combat test to planning session happens fast, but the dynamic has permanently changed. Ryojo Saki sits at the cafe table with her laptop open and something close to a smile on her face as Geomma arrives. He clocks the setup and his brow shoots up. She already did all of this. The orange-haired boy confirms, confident and casual. Everything's in place. Geomma allows himself a small smirk. Apparently his sashimi knives made quite an impression after all. The ginger-haired boy lays out the Buffalo Dungeon with the confidence of someone who's done his homework. C-rank demonic monsters, Buffalo, charging from range and making melee combat a nightmare. Chloe studies his drawing with genuine admiration. Then he drops the critical warning. Dead center of the dungeon sits a stone gate, and that gate must stay shut. The word doom reverberates through the panel like a drumbeat. The red-haired girl leans forward. What happens if the gate opens? Nobody really knows, the orange-haired boy admits. Rumors say it's a seal, just a theory. The Academy's single hard rule for this dungeon is simple: don't open it. No reason to do what they've been explicitly told not to do, right? Geomma's voice drops flat and final. That gate stays shut, no matter what. Around the conference table, Geomma keeps his face neutral as the blue-haired girl with bunny ears asks if he knows what's actually inside that gate. He says no, casually, definitively, inside his head. Yeah, there's a hidden boss. He keeps that part to himself. The stone gate can only be opened under specific conditions. As long as nobody triggers them, this is just a C-tier dungeon run. Ryojo teases Geomma about his jelly bar dependency while the cafe hums around them. And then he feels it. Eyes on him. The red-haired girl across the room is watching him with pink glowing irises and a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Chloe. Something is off about her again. The doom sound effect crashes through his thoughts before she snaps him back with a question. He forces a smile. Everything is fine. It isn't. Geomma says 2 words, "I'll wait," and the wait behind them is absolute. The scene card announces it. Buffalo Dungeon. Next episode. And then a bus tears through the mountain landscapes of Gangwon Province, Cheorwan, and Geomma sits aboard it, staring out the window, murmuring the destination to himself like a man preparing for something larger than a dungeon run. The bus hums through tight security checkpoints outside Jokwin Academy. Geomma rests his chin in his hand, staring at the guard moving the barrier outside. After his military service, he swore he'd never come back to a place like this. And yet here he is, civilian zones locked down because of the dungeons, security drawn tight, and a stone gate waiting somewhere in the dark ahead. The orange-haired boy waves a boiled egg at Geomma with cheerful confidence. Koreans always travel with these, apparently. Geomma declines. The orange-haired boy tells him to loosen up. It's just a C-tier dungeon. Ryojo sits to one side, watching the exchange with quiet, unreadable eyes. Geomma doesn't explain why he's tense. Some things you can't say out loud on a bus. Ryojo leans slightly toward Geomma on the bus with a playful no that somehow carries the weight of a full argument. He's already sweating, the elders are watching him, and now Ryoko's eyes are on him too, and it's just a lot. The bus pulls into sunlit mountain terrain and the red-haired girl bursts into enthusiasm about the weather. Geomma reflects quietly on this place, once overrun by monsters, now reduced to dungeon rewards. For most people. In the sunny parking lot, Geomma rattles his bag and the sound of it catches everyone's attention. The contents spill into view, an arsenal of knives laid out with culinary precision. Someone jokes that he's here to open a knife shop. Chloe tells him he acts like a geezer. The red-haired boy practically glows with energy, volunteering himself as vanguard. The banter flows easy. The dungeon entrance looms ahead. Onward, the group moves as one toward the guarded rocky entrance, footsteps echoing with purpose. 2 men in dark clothing clock them immediately, students of Jokwin Academy. The confirmation carries weight here. Academy students are known quantities, expected quantities, but this particular group carries something the guards can't quite identify. Names go into the logbook. The illuminated dungeon door groans open. A wave of stench rolls out and the red-haired girl recoils. "Watch your step," someone warns. The orange-haired boy prods Geomma forward. And then, from somewhere deep inside the dark, a rumbling begins. Low, slow, getting louder. They haven't even taken 10 steps in. The corridor closes around them, dim, cobblestoned, oppressive. The group flinches at something unseen shifting in the dark ahead. Geomma mutters that this feels more like a tourist trap than a dungeon, eyeing what appear to be nobles milling around. Then Ryojo's weight sags against him, and she admits it plainly, she's exhausted. In that blue and white shark costume she somehow made work. The mood lightens briefly. Ryojo asks if anyone has something sweet, and Geomma produces a glowing green candy from his pocket without missing a beat. She wrinkles her nose. Candies aren't really her thing. Does he have any jelly bars? He smirks. She's going to ask that question until the world ends. Then someone in the group counts sharply, 3, no, 4, and the playfulness vanishes. Duck, Saki's voice cuts the air like a blade, hostiles incoming at 200 yards. Chloe doesn't flinch. She straightens, red high-tech bow raised, radiating the kind of calm that only comes from someone who has done this before. Geomma stares at it, the vermilion bow. S-tier, the real thing, and the Buffalo Dungeon just stopped being a C-tier practice run. The blue-haired girl tightens her grip on her weapon and throws a glance back. Can she really trust the person behind her? The dark-haired boy in the brown blazer doesn't bother hiding his skepticism. She flashes a grin and declares she's good, laughing lightly to cut the tension. Then the sound hits clop, clop, heavy, rhythmic, closing fast. Someone barks the order, get ready. Whatever's coming down that tunnel, it's already here. Geo, one word, that's all it takes. The green-haired figure raises a glowing weapon, grin wide and predatory. Chloe locks in dark outfit, dead eyes of focus. The red-haired fighter doesn't wait, she explodes forward, dual weapons drawn, sprinting down the cracked corridor as clip-clop echoes like war drums. Every member of this team moves like they've done this before. The dungeon just became a war zone. A massive bull-like creature tears through the battlefield, glowing eyes, heaving muscle, pure destruction. Its bellow rattles the air as crash and thwack explode across the ruined landscape. But Saki doesn't flinch. The red-haired girl in the military-style outfit narrows her eyes, declares she'll slow it down, and launches herself forward with terrifying precision. One girl, one charging monster, and she runs toward it. Saki's voice cuts sharp. Chloe, stick to the plan. Her expression leaves no room for argument. And Chloe, she doesn't argue. The blue-haired girl draws her weapon, levels it, and speaks with the quiet certainty of someone who never misses. Right between the eyes, FWSH, WHIZZ. The projectile screams through the air. This isn't just combat anymore, this is artistry. Beams of light erupt from the darkness, blinding, violent, absolute. The energy streak rises, and then the silhouette emerges from the chaos, massive, multi-headed, horned, and impossibly dark. Saki crouches low, weapon raised, jaw set. The word blast tears across the panel in burning yellow, whatever she's looking at. It isn't just a dungeon monster, it's something far worse. Chloe tilts her head, light blue hair framing her playful horns, and announces with a grin that she may have blown them all up. Oops. The boy in the black outfit stares at the debris-strewn ruin and concedes a skilled ranged fighter truly is unstoppable, but Chloe's grin falters. Her horns, the upgrade materials she needed from those enemies, gone. Saki cuts through the moment before it can spiral, should they push ahead. No time for regrets in this dungeon. The bull isn't done. It charges again, the same creature that stumbled earlier, now fueled by rage, red eyes blazing. The blue-haired girl stands her ground in the rubble, expression cycling from disbelief to something colder. Seriously, this thing again. The sound of tack rings out as it closes the distance. And then, she goes quiet. No more sarcasm, no more surprise, just pure, locked-in focus. Saki and Chloe stand side by side amid the wreckage, swords drawn, the shadowy enemy looming in the background. Saki's expression is iron, fierce, unreadable, ready. Chloe's grip is steady even if her eyes carry something heavier. A thud shakes the ground. Saki glances at her, just 2 words. You good? It's not small talk. In this world, that question means everything. A beat of strange calm, a blue-haired girl with twin-tail smiles and passes a drink to the dark-haired boy, the contrast almost surreal against everything happening around them. Then the black screen. Then the device, RRRRR, vibrating with urgency. And somewhere in the shadows, a figure in dark clothing answers a phone. 3 words. Yes, ma'am. Someone is giving orders. Someone outside this dungeon is watching. A dark-haired man in a black cap speaks into a phone with an expression carved from stone. The background swallows him in shadow. He's not a student. He's not lost in a dungeon. He's positioned, deliberate, and operating on someone else's command. And just as that weight settles in, the teaser flashes a red-haired girl's playful smirk and a question that shouldn't exist in a place like this. Is it wrong to find romance in a dungeon? The Buffalo Dungeon hides more than monsters. And Geomma has no idea what's already been set in motion.